Keys and stuff?
What's that?
Yeah, what
The
happened?
meeting is being recorded. Okay, it says the meeting is being recorded.
Uh,
Yeah, I've been doing that, like the teas and yeah. And
uh,
this weather doesn't help. It's just so
I know the
I
weather is so bipolar,
exactly.
so bipolar.
Yeah, yeah. So, are you happy with? We're almost there.
I
Good
know.
morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We thought you
Good
forgot about
morning.
us.
I didn't. It's production here, and I'm trying to get the lights because the lights bounce off of the whiteboard, and
Uh,
it's hard to get all the lights
Mm.
arranged so that you can see the board and not have the reflection of the lights. But I'm doing the best I can here. This one here. All right, very good. No, I didn't forget about you, ladies and gentlemen. Just looking for attention. So I come in late just because I'm looking for attention. All right, very good. We have that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to have two special classes. Today is going to be the math class, not the most interesting class, but tomorrow's class will be very interesting. The business class. And tomorrow I'll show you how to start your real estate business on a dime, give you all my tips and tricks over the years to help you start your real estate business off with a bang. But today we need to do the math that you're going to be experiencing on your state exam. And you won't have many math questions, but you will have the math questions that I'm going to be giving you. So you might as well be prepared for it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're still going to be using the book for a couple of our math examples. So, Unit 21, the chapter that we did not do in the class, I told you we would be doing this in our math class, and we will be going to page 438. Probably 436, 437 for you. You're going to see a math concept in a big gray box. You're looking for prorations. Let me know when you get there. Unit 21,
yeah, it's
page
437.
437, the math concept. Will everybody go to the page before there where it says the arithmetic of prorating? Proration is something that you're going to have to do. There is no way that you're going to be able to do a settlement without prorations. Let me repeat that. You cannot possibly do a settlement without prorations. And the prorations is the division between the buyer and the seller to split the expenses evenly, fairly. So, but there's a few things that you need to highlight before you can understand how to do this math. Accurate prorating involves the following four considerations: the nature of the item being prorated, whether an item is accrued and requires the determination of an earned amount, whether an item is prepaid and requires the determination of an unearned amount, and what arithmetic process must be used. The computation of proration involves identifying a yearly charge. First of all, highlight the yearly charge. I'm going to teach you your three variables in math. Once you learn your three variables, math will be very easy. So highlight yearly charge for the item being prorated. Then by dividing that item by 12 to determine highlight monthly charge. So we got yearly charge, monthly charge. It is also usually necessary to identify daily charge. Highlight daily charge. In order to do the prorations, we're going to need to know the settlement date, the yearly amount, monthly amount, and daily amount in order to divide these expenses evenly between the buyer and the seller. We're going to be using the first bullet point that you see, 360 days. Even though there's 365 days in a year, we're going to be using what's called a statutory calendar or a banking calendar. And it's going to be the 360, but it's going to be even easier than that. We're not actually going to use the days. We're going to use the months and rather the 12 months rather than the 360 days. So now that you highlighted that, let's take a look at this first math concept on page 437. Math concept, calculating prorations. Assume that a sale is to be closed on September 17th. What month is September? The 5th month, the 8th month? What month is September?
9.
Ninth.
The ninth month. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. September's the ninth month. Assume that a sale is to be closed on September 17th. Using a 360-day year, prorate the current real estate taxes of $3,600. That's the taxes for the whole year for the accrued period of 8 months. That's interesting. Didn't we say September was the ninth month? All right. 8 months, 17 days. First, determine the prorated cost of the real estate taxes per month and per day to figure it out. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this on the board. And just as we see this in there. Now, remember, in order to do prorations, your three variables, as we just learned, will be yearly, monthly, daily. And we know that the yearly taxes are $3,600, $3,600. So that much we have so far in the book, $3,600. Now, if we divide the $3,600 by 12, naturally this is a math class, so you're all going to need calculators. All right, if you don't have calculators, you're going to need calculators. So take your time, because I want to make sure that you're using your calculator correctly, because a lot of you might not know how to be using the calculator correctly, especially when it comes to percentage. And I will need to double check your work as well. So let me get my own calculator up and ready. Let's do these. We get all these other items. Let's move that. And let's move that. Get that out of the way. And then let's get that out of the way. Get that out of the way. Boom, boom, boom. And then just have our calculator. All right, very good. And you see this percentage sign here? We're going to be using that percentage sign. It's backwards for me on my computer. So get used to that percentage sign. We'll be doing that. And let's clean my glass so everybody can see it clearly. All right. Let's make sure this is clean as well. All right. So that everybody gets a good concept here. And now, boom, boom, boom. Everybody should be able to see my calculator a lot better. There we go. All right, good. I got a little glare, but I'll take that off in a second. Okay, very good. So, good. So now, ladies and gentlemen, take your $3,600 and divide that by 12. As you can see in the book, following along with it, how much does that equal?
200.
300. So that means our monthly is going to be $300. And once again, we're going to divide the 30 by how many days? So let's put this up here. We got the $3,600, $3,600. We divided that by 12. That gave us $300. And now we're going to divide that by how many? How many
30.
days are in a month?
30 days.
30.
30. It doesn't matter if there's 31, 27, or 30. We're going to use 30 days for every month, which makes the math a lot easier. Okay? So we divide that by 30, and that's going to give us how much? Take the $300 and divide it by 30. What's that come to? $10.
$10.
There you go. There you go. $10. And now we have our three variables. We got our yearly, our monthly, or daily. Oh, let's turn this off. All right. So now we have our three variables. Hopefully you have enough light. Can everybody see the board? The lighting is always the problem with this.
Yes, we could see it.
Yeah, we can see it.
Everybody can see
Yes.
it? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, very, very good. Sorry about the deflection of the lights. I still haven't figured out how to not get them to glow off the board. Okay, very good. So we got our yearly, our monthly, and our daily. Notice that it says we're going to be making the settlement September 17th. September is the 9th month, but we're only in the 8th month because we're only 17 days into the 9th month. This is where a lot of students make their mistake on their math. So we're not done September yet. We're done 8 complete months, but we're only 17 days into the 9th month. So it's going to be 8 complete months and 17 days of the 9th month. And that's why the book said that we are going to use an accrued period of 8 months. So always take one off of the month for your math. So September is our settlement date. We will take one off of the month. Instead of it being 9, it'll be 8. But we don't take anything off the day. It'll be 17th, the 17th day. So here's what we're going to do as you follow along in the book. We're going to take the $300 and we're multiplying that by 8 months. And then we're going to take the $10 and we're multiplying that by 17 days. And that's going to give us some answers here. So if we take the $300, multiplying it by 8 full months, what does that give us? 300 times 8.
2,400.
2,400.
$400. Very, very good. And if we take the $10 and we times it by 17 days, how much does that give us?
170.
$170. Very good. Now what we do is we add these two together. I got $2,570. Is that the same number you have?
Yes.
This number right here, ladies and gentlemen, is what the seller owes. The seller owes. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this number here and subtract it from what the seller paid for the year already. 2570. And what do we come up with if we subtract? So this we add, but this we subtract. What do we come up with when we subtract the $3,600 from the 2570?
1030.
$1,030. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a debit to the seller. This is what you're going to need to know under prorations. You're going to need to know your debits and your credits. So this is a debit to the seller because the seller lived there for 9 months. So they owe this. This is what they paid in January. This is what they owe. So this $1,030 is going to be a credit to the seller. And if it's a credit to the seller who pays it, it's going to be a debit to the buyer. The buyer is moving in September. Would it be fair if the buyer has to pay the whole taxes for the whole year if they're moving in September?
No.
Would it be fair for the seller if the seller paid for the taxes for the whole year and the buyer gets to live there for the next 4 months free of charge
No.
because the seller paid the taxes already? So
No.
the seller is going to get a credit back. The seller is going to get $1,030 of their tax money back that they already paid because they're selling the property in September. And instead of the buyer having to pay $3,600, the buyer is only going to have to pay $1,030 for the remaining taxes for that year. And then the following year, they pay the $3,600. This is called proration. And everything has to be broken down by the day of settlement. The day of settlement, and this is how all our expenses are figured out. So once again, in order to learn your math is easy. In this situation called prorations, we needed to understand our yearly, monthly, daily. Once we had our yearly, monthly, and daily, we were able to add them together to figure out the credits and the debits as of this date. Now we're going to do this 2, 3, maybe even 4 more times until you get it. So let's do another one that's not in the book. So you're going to need calculators ready, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, unless you're Siobhan and you can do it in your head. But we're going to do this 4 times until you get it. Make sure you understand. This will be the hardest math that you're going to do. All the math after this gets easy. All right, so the prorations is the tough one, but I have a feeling that you guys are going to pick this up very, very quickly. Right? Yes. To make sure we have dry so ink doesn't blur. Right. Now let's do another one that's not in the book. Let's see how well we do. All right, this off so it's not too wet. All right, very good. Let's say that the taxes are, I don't know, let's do $5,200. So the taxes are $5,200 for the year. Right? Remember, we need yearly, monthly, daily. We already have our yearly $5,200. We're going to divide the yearly by how many to give me the monthly?
12.
How many months are in a year?
12.
12 months in a year. So we'll divide this by 12 to come up with what? And as we're doing this on the board, I don't actually have it. I'll do it with class.
433.33.
Okay, how much?
433.33.
Right? And we have $433.33. Very good. Notice our decimal. Notice that we're using dollar and cents, ladies and gentlemen. And that gives us $433.33. And we're going to divide that 433.33 by how many days in a month?
30.
30. Remember, it doesn't matter how many days are in the month. 27, 31, 30. We're always going to use 30 for every month. So we take that 433.33 and divide that by 30. How much do we have?
1444.
Very good. $14.44. Now, somebody give me a settlement date. Any date. Give me a date.
21st.
What is it?
The 21st.
The 21st. What month?
Let's do May.
May 21st.
Yes.
So that'd be
So 4. Yeah.
21. Remember, May is the 5th month, but we always take one off of the month. That's where a lot of students make their mistake on their math. So May's the 5th month, but we're only 21 days into May. So we can't count the 5th month yet. So we got 4 complete months and 21 days of the 5th month. Or 21. Now we have our settlement date. Now we do our math. We're going to take the 433.33. We're going to multiply that by 4. And we're going to take the 1444 and we're going to multiply that by 21. 21 days. And using your calculator, ladies and gentlemen, what do we come up with?
18,
Let's do the first one, 433.33 times 4.
1,733.32.
That's what I have as well. I got $1,733.32. Now, what do we get for the 1444 times that by 21?
$303.24.
That's what I also have, ladies and gentlemen. I got $303. Don't worry about it if you're not fast on your calculator. We're going to get to it in a second. Now we add these two together, the 1,733.32 plus the 303.24.
$2,036.56.
All right, $2,036.56. I want everybody to do it right now on your calculator. Double check, take your time, do 433.33, multiply it by 4, make sure you come up with this number, 1,733.32. At your speed, do it. confirm that you have 1,733.32? If you
Yes.
confirm that,
Yeah,
clear
that's
it,
what I got.
and then I want you to do 1444 using your decimal point, because a lot of you are rounding off numbers and not used to using that decimal. $14.44. Multiply that by 21 days, and make sure that you have 303.24. Once you have these two numbers, the 1,733.32 for the monthly and the 303.24 for the daily, you can add these two together, add them both together, boop, boop, add them together, and that'll give us $2,036.56. This $2,036.56 belongs to the seller. That's what you need to remember. This is seller responsibility. So this would be a debit to the seller. We already have our debit to the seller, and we bring that number over to this number that the seller paid for the whole year, $2,036.56. And we subtract from what the seller paid. So take the $5,200 and subtract the $2,036.56. What do we come up with?
3,163.44.
There you go. $3,163.44. Now, I already told you what this is. This is a debit to the seller. The seller owes that. They lived there for 4 months. So they owe taxes for how far they lived. But this $3,163.44 is going to be a credit to the seller. The seller's going to get this money back out of the $5,200 that they paid for the year. Would it be fair that the buyer gets it in May and gets to live tax-free for the rest of the year? So the seller's going to get a credit back. If this $3,163.44 is a credit to the seller, then is it a credit to the buyer or a debit to the buyer? And notice how the credits and the debits are confusing you already. This is why proration is important, because on your math, you're going to see debits and credits, credits and debits. So if you know how to do the math equation the way I'm teaching you, then you will know how to do the debits and the credits. Right? The math equation is the number that you're going to have, the number that's going to start out in your math. It'll give you a number to start out with. That'll be your number, divided by 12 from the yearly number to come up with your monthly. Divide that by 30 to come up with your daily. So this is your three variables in proration: yearly, monthly, daily. Once you have your yearly, your monthly, and your daily, then all we need is a settlement date. With the settlement date, we will multiply our monthly and daily by our settlement date to come up with our debits and our credits. So if the $2,036.56 is a debit to the seller, they owe that, and they're going to get back $3,163.44 credit to the seller, then who's paying it? Is it a debit to the buyer or a credit to the buyer?
A debit.
It's a debit to the buyer. The buyer's going to be paid. So instead of the buyer paying $5,200 in taxes, they're not moving in January 1st. They're moving in May. So they're only going to have to pay $3,163.44 in taxes for this year, giving the seller back the money that they already paid in January for the taxes. Debits and credits. And so you're going to need to understand your debits and your credits. All right? Let's do it again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to make sure that you guys understand it Let's do a little bit of a mansion property. Let's do real high taxes this time. Let's see how well we do, because it doesn't matter what the number is. It's the equation that I'm giving you. And if you remember the formula, the equation that I'm giving you, it'll always work out the same. And do it this way, ladies and gentlemen. Some of you might be mathematicians. You might already be thinking, let's do the 360 for the whole year. Well, you could, but dollar and cents doesn't work out to the exact penny. I once had a settlement hold me up 2 pennies, ladies and gentlemen. And it took 60 days for that settlement to work out, because the bank could not figure out why it would not amortize down to zero. There were 2 pennies off. It's not like I could throw 2 pennies on the table. If that number's off and the bank can't figure out why the number's off, we're not settling until they can balance it. And it was coming up with 2 pennies, 2 pennies, 2 pennies. Took a while before they figured it out, but we could not settle until the numbers balanced. Let's say that the taxes on this property are $36,000 a year. How's that? That's just for the taxes on the property. All right. So once again, yearly, monthly, daily, 3 variables. And we already know what our yearly is. It's $36,000 in taxes for the whole year. We're going to divide this 36,000 by how many?
12 months.
How many months are in a year?
12.
12 months in a year. Very good. So we do that. How much do we come up with, ladies and gentlemen?
$3,000.
Right. Very good, Eddie. Thank you. Divide that by 12. That comes up to $3,000. Boom. Now we have our monthly, $3,000. See how easy this is? Now we need to divide the $3,000. How many days are in the month?
30.
Days.
30 days. And that's what we always use. And that's going to give us how much?
$100.
$100.
$100. Very, very good. See how
An
easy-
expensive property for $100 a day.
Well, it's $100 a day. Yeah.
Yeah. That's yeah.
That is correct. So you know you got yourself a nice little property.
Yep.
But and divided by 30 equals $100 a day. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Now somebody give me a settlement date. Any date.
16.
What is it?
The 16th
Of what month?
of October.
August.
October 16th. All right. So what is October the 10th month? November, December yet. So is it going to be 10 here?
No, 9.
No, 9.
9.
Very good. 9. We take
Writing that
1
10.
because we're only 16 into October. All right. And so it won't be 10, it'll be 9. It's very, very important that you remember that. So now we're going to take the monthly and multiply it by the month, 9 months. Boom. And then we're going to take the $100 and multiply it by the days, 16. And let's do that. 3,000 times 9.
That's 27,000.
That is $27,000. That is correct. $27,000. And then let's do the $100 times 16.
1,600.
That's 1,600. What do we do with these 2 numbers?
Add them together.
We add these 2 together. Very good. $28,600. Everybody have that?
Yes.
Very good. We know what this is. Debit to the seller. Seller owes this because the seller lived there for the 10 months. So they owe $28,600 of the $3,600 that they paid. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this $28,600 and subtract it from the $36,000 already paid. What do we have?
7,400.
Everybody have the same number? Give everybody a chance. Take the 36,000, subtract it. Subtract 28,600 from the 3,600. What do we come up with?
7,400.
Right? You are correct. $7,400. See how easy this is? This is the equation. This is the mathematical equation. Yearly divided by the 12 months gives us our monthly. Divided by the 30 days gives us our daily. This is our equation right here. Yearly, monthly, daily. Now we multiplied the monthly by the month and we multiplied the daily by the day to give us an answer for the debit to the seller. Debit to the seller. That much we know. Seller owes 28,600. But they're going to get back a credit to the seller of 7,400 by subtracting the debit to the seller. Debit to the seller, credit to the seller. 28,600 is a debit to the seller. They will get back 7,400. If it's a credit to the seller, is it also a credit to the buyer, or is it a debit to the buyer?
Debit.
Debit to the buyer.
Debit to the buyer. The buyer pays it, and the seller gets back this at the settlement table. Ladies and gentlemen, this is called proration. And again, as I said, you cannot make settlement without proration. And not just the taxes, maybe the gas, maybe the water bill. All these things could be prorated using the same calculation, the same formula, whatever needs to be prorated. We're just using the taxes, all right? But we're going to do another one. I'm going to let these guys kind of do it. Then I'm going to give you a question in your chat and let you figure it out yourself to see if you can do the math, okay? Then I'll be satisfied if you can do the math that we can proceed on, okay? So let's just do one more, and then I'm going to give you a math question in your chat to answer, okay? Because this is math, ladies and gentlemen. And me saying it out loud is one thing. You doing it on paper is another thing. Knowing how to do the equation is the important part. The answers are easy. It is just knowing how to do your equation. Once you understand your three variables in math, and all math is going to have it, as I'll teach you, then math is easy. All right? So let's do something a little bit more realistic. Let's just say that the taxes are, let's do $13,800, just using round numbers for right now. Boom, boom. Yearly, monthly, daily. We already know what the yearly is, 13,800. Ladies and gentlemen, you tell me what the monthly is going to be.
$1,150.
Why did you get $1,150?
I divided it by 12, which is 12 months in a year.
That's correct. $1,150. Very good. How do we get to the daily?
Divide that by 30.
Okay. There's our answer.
30, 38, 33.
$38.33. Notice that tail, 3333333. That means it'll stay 33 cents. As long as it doesn't go over to 5, the tail, it'll stay at the number. If it goes to 6, 7, 8, 9, then it'll go to the next penny. So it is $38.33. That is correct. $38.33. So here we have it here. $38 $2,256.33. Now, somebody give me a settlement date, month and day, any date.
November the 29th.
November 29th. Happy birthday. 11.
Thank you.
See how I know how to use the first two didn't work because you guys are giving me a date and a month, but I figured once soon somebody's going to give me the month and a day. All right.
That's
so
my grandbaby's birthday.
grandbaby, 11/29, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Good, my
Okay.
birthday.
All right. So we know it's the 29th day in November. So is it going to be 11?
No, 10.
2010.
10. Very, very good. Very, very good. And let's calculate this, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to do the month by 10, multiply by 10, and we're going to multiply the day by 29 days. What do we come up with here? Starting with the month.
$11,500.
Which what I have as well, $11,500. One more, take the 3833, multiply it by 29 days. Waiting for an answer.
That's $1,111.57.
That's what I have as well, $1,111.57. What are we going to do with these two numbers?
Add them together.
Go ahead and do that.
Wait, like,
Question?
yeah, I kind of get thrown off by the day and the month. I
Okay,
know
no
that
problem.
for the day, you take the $38.33 and you multiply it by the day, which is the 29th.
Because we're making settlement November 29th. The last one, we were making
Right.
settlement on the 16th. But
Right.
this date, we're making settlement on the 29th, yes.
Okay. And then the month just throws me off. What do we, I kind of didn't want to look back at my notes, but
Notice that we were making settlement in September in your notes, but we know that September is the 9th month. But it says, now everybody, we're on page 437 of your book. If you're not there, if you came into class a little late, page 437, and it says, assume a sale is to be closed on September 17th, and September is the 9th month. Using a 360-day year, prorate the current real estate taxes of $3,600, that's 36 for the year, for the accrued period of 8 months. Notice how they took one off of that month of September. Not 9 months, 8 months. 8 months, 17 days. Because even though the birthday's November 29th, we're not in November on our math yet. We're only 29 days into November. So we can't count 11 months yet. It's still 10 full months and 29 days of the 11th month, which is why we take one off of our month.
okay.
Okay, so 29 days up until November. So it's 10 full months. We still got another 2 days to go for November for it to be 11
A
months.
full month. Okay.
Correct. So now using the month and the date, we're going to calculate our month and the day here. It's 10 months, basically, because we had the yearly, we had this equation. It started out with the yearly taxes, 13,800. So we had that number. We divided it by 12 months in a year to come up with our monthly. Then we took our monthly and divided it by 30 days in the month. No matter how many days are in the month, we still used the 30. And when we divided that by 30, that came out to 3833. With the month, 1,150, and the year 3833, we are now going to multiply by our settlement date, 10/29. So the month would be by 10 in this situation, and our day would be by 29 in this situation, because this is our settlement date.
Okay.
This
I get it
particular-
now. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I was just confusing myself with something else. Okay.
That's okay. That's okay. That's what we're here for. It's a class so that you learn. So now when we add these two together, we get
In the hallway. Come on, let's hit the marching band. Hit it, gang. Come on, we even got the cheerleaders here today.
$11.57. And I had this thing open a little bit too long. All right, $12,611.57. Once again, we know that this is the debit to the seller. And we're going to subtract that because they lived there for 11 months. They've been there since November. So we're going to subtract the $12,611.57. It's not much better, 57 cents. And what do we come up with when we subtract it? Started with the $13,800 for the yearly taxes. We subtract our $12,611.57.
And that's $1,188.43.
Make sure everybody has that. We get $1,188, better marker, and 43 cents. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that this is a debit to the seller. What is this? What is the
Credit. The credit to the buyer?
not to the buyer?
To the seller. Sorry.
It's a
Credit to the
credit
seller?
Very good. The seller's going to get this money back because they're moving out with a month remaining. So they're going to get $1,188.43 back. So if it's a credit to the seller, then is it a credit to the buyer as well, or a debit to the buyer?
No, it'd be a debit to the buyer.
There you go. Because the buyer's buying the property in November, would it be fair that they paid a whole year taxes with 1
No.
month remaining buying the property?
No.
So the buyer's only going to have to pay $1,188.43 for the day that they're moving in, and that will go back as a credit to the seller because the seller already paid Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam got their $13,800 in the beginning of the year. It's been prepaid. So now the seller's going to get a credit back, and that credit back is going to be paid by the buyer. That'll be a debit. Let me just do one more before I give you, so you understand this. Let me do
Mr. Warren, can I ask you a question?
Okay.
So what if you do 12/31? You still got to put a month back?
Okay.
It'll be 11/31?
I was going to do January 4th as an example. Well, let's do 12/31. Let's make sure that we understand it. So we use the same number, the $13,800 in taxes, same month. And now we're going to be doing December 31st. Well, December 31st, ladies and gentlemen, well, let's do it because there's still just a day. December 31st will be the last day. And they would probably calculate it as the next year. Let's do December 30th instead. All right, because some banks would calculate it as the whole new year. Some banks would not. But December 30th would be a different story. So our settlement date is December 30th. Okay. But remember, it'll be 11/30, not 12/30 because we take one off the month. All right. We have our 13,800. Once again, same numbers divided by 12. Waiting for an answer.
Oh, sorry. $1,150.
That's okay. Equals 1,150, same number as the last time because we're using that. So 13,800. And then 1,150. And we're going to divide this 1,150 by what?
30.
And what do we come up with again?
$38.33.
All right. $38.33. Okay, same numbers. $38 $13,800.33. But now it changes is our settlement. Now we're going to multiply the 1,150 by how many months?
11.
And then we're going to multiply the 3833 by how many days?
30.
30.
Okay.
Mhm.
And now let's do that. 1,150 multiplied by 11.
That's 12,650.
12,650. Very good. And then 38,033 cents multiplied by 30.
That's $1,149.90.
That's what I have as well. And 90 cents. Add these together. And what do we come up with when we add them together?
$13,799.90.
799.90. Debit to the seller. Subtract it from what they paid for the year. 799.90. And what do we got? Take the 13,800, subtract 13,799.90. What do we got?
Oh, a penny.
Not a penny.
Yeah, not like what is it, 10%? No, 10 cents.
Well, it would be 0.1. So
Yeah.
is that 1%?
No. Take your time. Look at it, ladies and gentlemen. Look at it. $13,800, and we're subtracting $13,799.90. What does that leave us?
10 cents.
10 cents.
Oh, yeah, 10 cents.
Yeah, that's why I said 10 cents.
10 cents. That is what we're going to get back. The seller's going to get a dime back because the seller lived there all the way to the last day.
Right.
All right. They're going to get back a dime for their money. Notice that they're not getting back $38.33. And why is that? All right. This is why it's important that you understand how to do the proration, because your math might make you think that your 3833 would have been the correct answer, but that would not have been right. You need to understand how to do the math, the proration. They're only getting back a dime because we understand how to do the prorations. This is how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. Let me ask you a question. What is 7 times 0?
0.
Why is that? Why do we have a full number of 7? We multiply it by 0 and we come with a negative number of 0. Why is that? Which would explain why you're coming up with an answer very similar here as well in our multiplication. All right. So let me just do one more and then I'm going to give you one on the issue, because the one that I like to do that I think the students understand is the January one. And let's use another number here. And let's do this. Let's see.
Couldn't they just broke even without the 10%, 10 cents?
No, it wouldn't. And remember I said earlier, you might not have been in the class, I had a settlement that was 2 pennies. 2 pennies. They couldn't figure out where the 2 pennies were coming from. And we could not settle until it balanced. It's not like I could throw a dime on the table or 2 pennies on the table. Can't do it that way. It's got to add up. Let's do this. Let's say the taxes are $12,700. Okay? And let's do this. Our settlement is going to be January 5th. If it's going to be January 5th, what is going to be the month?
12th month.
Well-
No.
Oh, you said January? Oh, it's going to be.
It would still be
You-
January, no?
It'd be
Gotta take
December.
one off.
December.
So No, so if it's January's the first month,
But
number
it'll,
one, but we take one away from the one, what do we get?
so it'll only be 5 days.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
What?
Because January's the first month, but we're only 5 days into
And
January.
okay.
We can't count January as the full month yet. So it's only 5 days. So then again, let's do our math, ladies and gentlemen. $12,700 is our yearly. And the equation is what I want you to do. I want you to figure out how to do the equation. So let's do it. Tell me what my next answer is going to be.
1,058.33.
That's right. $1,058.058.33. So we divided that by 12 to come up with that $1,058.33. And we're going to divide that by what? Come up with our next
30.
answer. Very good. Go ahead and do it.
That's $35.27.
Yeah, 27 cents is correct, but we're now seeing the numbers. See the tail 27,777. That means we go to the next penny. So it'd be $35.28. Anything over the fives, we go to the next penny. Fives and down, we stay there. So it'd be $35.28. So now we got it. We got our three variables. Easy enough to do. Divide by 12, divide by 30. Easy enough, right? We got our settlement date. Here's our settlement date. We're going to take this $1,058.33 and we're going to multiply by how many months?
0.
Okay. And we're going to take this $35.28 and multiply by how many days?
5.
There you go. Let's do that. Take the 1,058.33, multiply it by 0.
We multiply the $1,058.33 by 0. The answer is 0.
There you go. It is 0. Never quite understood that, but that is true. All right. Now, take the $35.28 and multiply it by 5.
That's $176.40.
Multiply by 5, and you got $176.40, you said?
Yes.
All right, let's add these both together. And what do we come up with?
176.40.
See? Now, ladies and gentlemen, we subtract this $176.40 from what the seller paid 5 days ago to Uncle Sam. And what do we get? $12,700. 176.40. What do we get?
$12,523.60.
There you go. And 60 cents. Is this $12,523.60 credit to the seller or debit to the seller?
That would be a credit to the
That'd be a
seller.
credit.
It's going to be a credit. The sellers lived there for 5 days. They already paid Uncle Sam $12,700, so they're going to get back $12,523.60 because they were only there for 5 days. This here, 176, is a debit to the seller. Credit to the seller, debit to the seller. But if it's a credit to the seller, then is it going to be a credit to the buyer or debit to the buyer?
The debit to the buyer.
The buyer's got to pay it. Debit. Take it out of my card. Debit. Right? Very good. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I think you guys understand how to do this equation now. Let's do this. Let me say hello to everybody in their chat. Everybody say hello to me. Let's make sure that everybody's got their chat on.
Oh, my O didn't type. Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay.
Okay, got it. Get it to the 7.
All right, Sunday, Malaya, Addie, Andrea, Ezekiel, Wadia. Am I missing anybody?
I'm driving.
All right, yeah. All right, so, all right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to give you an equation. I'm going to give you a couple minutes. See if you guys can come up with the answer. Using on the board, take a look again on the board. Get out of your way. Remember your equation. See if you can come up with the answer. Chat is going to give me your answer. Give you one more minute. Remember, we do have 1 minute in the exam for each question. So you should have plenty of time to do your math. Yes, I'll do the best I can to send you the recording, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 4-hour class, so it's gonna take a while to download it to YouTube. Sometimes YouTube blocks me, but I'll do the best I can to send you a link for this class. This is not a state class, so it's being recorded. You can record. Otherwise, I will do the best I can to send you a recording. I just did. All right, do the best I can. Gentlemen, please remember while I'm in class, I don't usually check my phone. So let's do this on the board, ladies and gentlemen. See if we can figure it out. So I have 2 students that have given me an answer. All right. And that means that we're still a little gun shy on math. Remember what I said, ladies and gentlemen, math's not hard. It's a conditioning that you do have to get past to believe that you can't do math. You can. You can. You're going to see. This was the hardest of them all, but you're going to see that you can do math. I just need to get you out of your conditioning, because when you start doing math, your brain goes scrambled eggs on you. And then all of a sudden you get a little frustrated. You can't figure out what you're doing. You get discombobulated, and that's only because of the conditioning. Nothing else. There is no other reason for it except for the conditioning, because you already know you can do this. It's just you got to get past the mindset that you're confused. You're not confused. You're just not processing because you haven't been taught to process. You've been taught to not process. So what are we doing here? What's the question? The question is $1,800. We got $1,800. That is our yearly. This much we know. So we take that here, $1,800, and we put it into our yearly. All right. And we're going to do our equation the way I taught you. Remember that last equation where there was a dime left, not $13.88? Why was that? Because again, we're using a 360-day calendar, not a 365. So if you take 30 days and you multiply by 12, that's 360 days, not 365 days like we have in a year. So the reason that we had a dime and not 1388 is because we're not using 365 days in a year. We're using 360 days in a year. And this is why it's important that you understand the math equation the way that I'm teaching you how to do it. Okay? So now we take $1,800 and we divide it by how many days, or how many months in a year?
12.
There's 12 months in a year. Very good. Doing it this way, we don't have to use the 360 days. We can just use the 12 months. Makes it a lot easier. All right. And so if we do that, take the $1,800 and divide it by 12. Hold on. I need my calculator. All right. So I need a calculator as well. All right. So boom, units, and boom, $1,800. Divide that by 12. It comes up to $150, right?
Yes.
$150, very good. Now we use that down here, 150, just like I taught you. Boom. And now we're going to divide 150 by how many days are in a month?
30.
30.
Very, very good. 30. And that's going to be what?
$5.
$5. There you go. Boom, boom. Equals $5. Now our settlement is what? Our settlement is June 15th. June 15th. So is it going to be 6/15?
No, 5/15.
5/15. Very, very good.
I don't
So
know
now-
why I went from June to all the way April. I forgot to put 5 and I put 4, and I had totally messed up the whole equation.
See, that's okay. That's okay. But you now realized your mistake and how you made the mistake on the equation. So that's okay.
That's-
Now
yeah.
So instead of it being June 15th, we're going to do 1 month off of June because it's only 15 days into June. This is where most students make their mistake right here. All right. So now we're going to take the $150 a month, multiply by how many months?
5.
5. And then we're going to take the 5 hours a day and multiply by how many days?
15.
Because we're making settlement June 15th. Very good. Let's do this. $150 times 5 is what?
$750.
Did you give me the question again? What is the answer?
$750.
Thank you very much. I didn't hear your answer the first time. I apologize. $750.
Sorry.
That's okay. And take the $5 a day times it by 15 days. And what do we got?
$75.
75 hours. What do we do with these two numbers?
Add them.
Let's do that.
That's $825.
825 hours. What is this 825 hours? Who owes it?
The seller.
Seller.
It's a debit to the seller. We already figured out the debit to the seller. Now we move this debit to the seller over here. The seller is responsible for $825, but they're going to get money back. So subtract the $1,800, subtract the $825 from the $1,800, and what do we get?
$975. $975.
$975. Now we know that this is a debit to the seller because the seller did live there for 6 months.
Mhm.
And what is this 975? If this is a debit to the seller, what's the 975?
A
A credit to the seller.
The seller.
Credit to the seller. If it's a credit to the seller, who pays for it?
The buyer.
So
Aye.
is it a credit to the buyer as well or a debit to the buyer?
Debit to the buyer.
Debit to the buyer.
So ladies and gentlemen, we have $825 as a debit to the seller, and $975 as a credit to the seller. And so which answer would be correct?
D.
C is the correct answer, ladies and gentlemen. And I told you, you need to understand credits and debits. And using this equation, because we're using a 360-day calendar, not a 365, if you use the equation the way I'm teaching you and learn how to do your 3 variables, yearly, monthly, daily, you will be able to figure out right to the penny that day of settlement, the proration between the buyer and the seller, so that it's evenly split. Because we're not using a 365-day calendar, 360, the numbers come off. Now, how do you check your numbers? Do you know that, ladies and gentlemen? If you was to add 975 to the 825, it should come up to 800. So now you do it backwards. So 975 plus 825 should equal 1800. This way here, you can check your numbers. You could do the same thing here. All right. So you got the 825. All you needed to do would be subtract the 75, subtract the 750, and see if it comes up to 825. All right. So you can do it backwards or forwards if you like. But in any event, if you got 825, you want to check it, subtract these two numbers from it, see if you get a 0. Same thing here. Add the 975 to the 825 to see if you get 1800. You can do it backwards or forwards to check your numbers. It's universal. Any questions about the proration, ladies and gentlemen? And understanding the credits and the debits. Just like the question I gave you, that's what you're going to have on your math on the state. And they're going to want to know the credits and the debits. Using this equation, you will be able to answer this question. Yearly, monthly, daily. Those 3 variables. Then all we need is a settlement date, just like you had in this question. All right? Now, ladies and gentlemen, the next question that you're going to have on the exam is going to be amortization. Would everybody go to page 169 of their book? That'll be what? Unit 11. This was called prorations. Now we're going to do amortization. Remember, I'm going to do this class again this evening. 7 o'clock, you're welcome to come back to it again, if you like, if you can. Tomorrow will be a much interesting class. Tomorrow is going to be the business class. I'm going to give you all my tips and tricks, show you exactly how to run your business on a dime, because you don't have a lot of money to start out with, ladies and gentlemen. Most businesses fail because they don't have the budget that they need to get succeeding. I'm going to show you how to run your real estate business on a dime, a very, very little budget, so that you can start like a rocket and be very successful in business tomorrow. So tomorrow's going to be the interesting class, but today's still the exam. So now, ladies and gentlemen, prorations. Does everybody have the math on page 169? Everybody see that math concept box there?
Yes.
Yes? Let's take a look at it. A lender applies a portion of each amortized payment to interest and the remainder of the payment to principal. This class should have a very good understanding of this by now. The amount that is applied to interest for any one installment payment is calculated by computing the total yearly interest on the unpaid principal balance and then dividing that figure by the number of payments made each year. For example, if the current outstanding loan balance is $70,000 and the interest rate is 7.5% per annum means per year, and the constant monthly payment is $489.30, the principal and the interest on the next payment would be computed as shown. So here's what they're asking. Out of that $489.30, how much of that is going to interest and how much is going to principal? That's basically what they're asking. So here's what we're going to need to do, ladies and gentlemen. First things first, we're going to take the $70,000. This is our loan amount. We're getting a $70,000 loan, and the interest rate is 7.5%. 7.5% is our interest rate. Boom. And our monthly payments are going to be $489.30. $489.30 payment. Here's our three variables, ladies and gentlemen. Payment, interest, not interest, I believe that's right, and payment. It always kind of confuses me a little bit, but this is math, not spelling. So is it I-N-T-E-R? Is it interest? No, it's interest, that's right. T-R-E-S-T, right? Make sure I got that right. I always get a little problem with that. I-N-T-E-R-E-T-E-R, it is. Interest or interest anyway. All right, so these are our three variables, ladies and gentlemen. We know that our payment is $489.30, and we need to know out of this $489.30 how much is going to interest, and how much is going to payment. I'm sorry, got stuck on the interest. How much is going to the principal, ladies and gentlemen? Not payment, to the principal. All right, so we know what our payment is $489.30. Now we need to know how much is going to the interest and how much is going to principal. Here's how we do it. The first thing we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is take the $70,000 and we're going to multiply it by 7.5%. And again, as I said, ladies and gentlemen, $70,000. Here you can see on my calculator, $70,000, all right? And we're going to multiply that by 7.5. We got the 7.5, and now we use our percentage. Boom. 7.5, and notice it gives me the number. If I hit equal, it'll give me the number. All right? So we need to know how to use that percentage. So $70,000, boom, 70,000, and we multiply it by 7.5, and then just hit your percentage. Bing, and it should automatically give you an answer. All right.
Maureen, can you move your phone over a little bit?
To the right, to the left,
Yeah. No, the other way.
the other way.
Yeah, there you go. No,
All right.
come back a
I was
little bit more.
afraid that the light would be reflecting on it.
There you go.
Okay, you can see it.
Yeah.
So $70,000. Let's get it closer. and we're going to multiply it by 7.5, and then you use that percentage. And that will give us our answer. If you don't have the percentage, then you're going to use decimal, $70,000. All right. And we're going to multiply it by 0.75. And that will give us our answer. Sorry, $70,000. And we multiply it by 0.075. So we're changing the fraction into a decimal. And that should give us the same answer if you don't have your percentage. I prefer to use the percentage. But if you don't have your percentage, then you have to break it down to a decimal. And your decimal will be 0.075 on the decimal of 7.5%. So what do we come up with, ladies and gentlemen? If we take the $70,000 and we multiply it by 7.5%, what does that give us?
$5,250.
$5,250. Everybody has that answer? Does everybody know how to use the calculator properly?
Yes.
Okay. What is this $5,250, ladies and gentlemen? Because the book just told us what it is.
Interest.
For
Interest
what?
for the year.
It's interest for the year. It is the yearly interest. Very, very good. So if we know that the $5,250 is the yearly interest, then what we have to do is divide it by 12. How many months are in a year?
12.
There you go. So then take that and divide it by 12. What you want to do it. And what do we come up with?
$437.50 a month.
$437.50, $437.50. Guess what that is, ladies and gentlemen? That is the interest. $437.50. We figured out the interest by taking the loan, multiplying it by the interest the bank was charging us. That gave us the yearly interest. When we divided the yearly interest by 12 months in a year, that told us what our monthly interest payment is. So do this. Take your payment of $489.30, subtract the $437.50 to figure out how much is going to the principal.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Sure. Take this $489.30, this is our monthly payment. Now we know that $437.50 of this is going to the interest. How much is going to the principal? So subtract. Take the $489.30 and subtract the $437.50.
$51.80.
It's terrible.
This loan will never be paid off.
I'm like, that's terrible.
So that means only out of this $489.30, only $51.80 came off of your loan.
Right.
It'll never be paid off.
That's why it takes 30 years under an amortized. And this is what you need to know. This is called amortization. That's what this math is called. And we need to know out of our monthly payment how much is going to the interest and how much is going to the principal in this one equation. Boom. Now, how much would it be next year? Well, next year, if we took the $70,000 and subtracted the $5,250, that would give us a new number to multiply by 7.5%. So if we did that, we took the $70,000, boom, 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 for the first year, and we subtracted the first year of interest, $5,250. That would give us $64,000. $64,000 for year two, $750, and then we would do it again. Multiply that by 7.5%, and that would be year two of how much would be going to interest into the principal. In year two, we subtracted the interest.
How does that work? I'm sorry. Can you do that again? Well,
Sure. Sure. So this way here, the payment is for the first year. The question is,
okay.
if we just did the first payment, $70,000 to 7.5%, how much of that first payment of $489.30, how much would be going to interest and how much would be going to principal? And we figured it out. We figured if we took the 70,000 and we multiplied it by 7.5%, that would be 5,250 in interest this year to the bank. And we took the 5,250 for the year interest and divided it by 12 months in a year, we figured out that $437.50 would be going to the interest out of the $489.30. Subtract the $489.30 from the $437.50, that means only $51.80 is going to the bank. That'll be the first year. Now, again, it's amortization. It's not going to be the exact, but anyway, this is just for math purposes. The second year, in year 2 of our 30 year, now we already paid $5,250 for the whole year. So how much do we owe in year 2? Well, now year 2 would be $64,000 because we took the $70,000 and subtracted $5,250. That means we still have $64,750 in the principal. And now we do the mathematics again. I wish it worked this way because it looks like this thing came down. But it
Okay. All right. That's
It's-
where I'm confused on. I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. That makes
And
sense. Okay.
Math is math.
Okay.
But we need to understand because again, ladies and gentlemen, let me show you on your screen what we were looking at here, right? So that you understand that we have a math problem to do, but there's no way that you could do amortization. You have to have some kind of a calculation to do it. And that's why I showed this to you in the class a dozen times. And I'll do it again. And let's do this again, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take this exact problem and show you exactly what I mean. Let's do that. And let's open up another window and let's do this. Boom. And then let's do this. And so, boom, close that. And in the book, our book says, and notice the answer will be slightly different, but that's okay. That's okay. $70,000. I'll show it to you. Let's do this. Let's share my screen with you so you guys can see me working it out. And let's put that there. Let's share my screen. And this is what we're doing, ladies and gentlemen. This is an amortization schedule because that's what we're doing now. We're doing math. And our math is amortization. Can I move this side? No, amortization. See it here? Boom, amortization. That's what we're doing right now. Our math is amortization, all right? And then let's move this here, up here. Okay, so we're taking a $70,000 loan. $70,000 loan. Boop, boop, boop. Come on now. Boop. 70,000. Multiply 7.5% interest for 30 years. Calculate it. Numbers slightly different, but you'll see here. So look, our payments are supposed to be $489. Now in the book it says $489.30. That's the book, but it's $489.45 as you can see. And we can see that $437 is going to the interest and $51.95 is going to the principal. See how that is? But notice the next month's payment. The next month payment is still $489.45, but notice that a little less, a couple cents less went to the interest and a couple cents more went to the principal. Notice how the interest goes down every month, a couple pennies, and the principal goes up every month. So this equation, 5,250, is only for this one particular question. The next month, it wouldn't be $437.50. The next month, it'd be $437.18. The following month, it wouldn't be $437.50. It'd be $436.85. See this? This is called an amortization schedule. And so you're not going to be able to do this in your head. You would need this calculator, it's called this amortization calculator, to figure out exactly what your payments would be. But when you have the exam wants you to understand the basics of principal and amortization and interest. And understand that your monthly payment, $489.30, is not coming off of your loan. They want you to understand that out of the $489.30, some of it goes to the bank, and then some of it does come off the loan. And that's why they want you to understand the amortization. But there's no way that you can do this on the board, in your head. You need this calculator called an amortization schedule. And this is going to be for 360 payments for the 30 years, ladies and gentlemen. 360 payments. Last one. until the loan is amortized down to 0. Okay? And so Andrea immediately knew that 64,750 would not be reasonable for the second year because we would still, and here it is, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So we started in May 25. Let's go to May 26. What do we still owe? Look at that. Not 64,000. Andrea caught that. We still owe $69,298 after 1 year of the $70,000 loan. Because as we can see, ladies and gentlemen, and let's use this one here, over here. Let's do this again. So this gives us another look at it. $70,000 loan for 7.5% interest, 7.5% for 30 years calculated. And this here helps us out a little bit better, understand, because again, 489.45, 437.50 is going to interest, 51.95, but now you can see our balance each time. And after 12 months, 13th month, we still owe $69,298.73 after the first year of making payments of $489.45, because we now know that only these amounts, boop, 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 came off of the loan. Now, is that highway robbery, ladies and gentlemen? What do you think? But let me ask you this question. What if you were the one getting this interest, not the bank? Would it still
I'd be
highway
happy.
robbery if it was you?
No,
getting
it wouldn't.
interest?
Nope,
Now it
no,
wouldn't be. Now it's
no.
okay. Now it's okay this way because you're getting it. And I told you that that's what you want to do. You don't want to be a landlord. You want to be the bank.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be. Most landlords are trying to squeak out a couple $100 positive cash flow. That's a tough game, especially if the tenant misses 1 month or 2 months. There goes your whole year shot because the tenant missed a month or two. It won't work. Doesn't work. It's hard. Now, if you're just doing property management and you get a stipend, then okay. But if you are the owner of the property and you're trying to make a positive cash flow, then it's very important that we have a tenant make their payments on time. Otherwise, the numbers won't work. But I don't like that equation. I like this equation where you're getting the interest rather than the bank. And now it's not highway robbery. And so, ladies and gentlemen, what would it be? Check this out. So here we go. This is the other calculator here. How much would it be? So if you were the bank and you sold this property for $70,000, you would end up getting $106,000 in interest plus the $70,000 back. You would end up making $176,000 for the $70,000 loan. You see how the bank makes their money?
Mm-hmm.
And notice that the interest has to be more than the principal, or the bank won't make it. If this interest was less than the principal, the bank would not make the loan. Therefore, if you were doing owner financing, you have residual income coming in every month. You don't have to pay the taxes, the insurance on the building. You're not the owner anymore. You're the bank. And you get residual income. But the beauty of it is you're not selling this property to that tenant who's now going to be the owner for $70,000. You are selling it to them for $70,000, but if they make all their payments, they will end up, because of 7.5% interest, end up paying you $106,000 in interest on top of the $70,000, giving you $176,202. Why do you think the banks are in the business, ladies and gentlemen? You think they're in the landlord business?
Mm-hmm.
You think they're in the real estate business?
Mm-mm.
All right. Very, very good. So let's do another one, ladies and gentlemen. And now you know how I'm getting my numbers. I just showed you the calculator. So when you ask me where the monthly payment came from, so let's do this one. Let's do a $165,000 loan. And let's make this $165,000 loan at 7.25% interest. All right. And then we know what my payments will be. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do a new one on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Another equation. I need you to understand how to do the math. This is the important part of today's class, knowing how to do the equation. The numbers will always work out correctly. It's just making sure you know the formula, how to do the formula. And that's the part of math. And so Remember, when you're getting confused and boggled down, tell yourself, relax. You know how to do it. Stop with the confusion and the blockage. That is something that you're going to have to work on in your head, ladies and gentlemen, because it's already conditioned for you to be, oh, I can't do it. Stop that. Calm down. All right. Okay, so what did I say we're going to do? We're going to do what? The $165,000 loan. $165,000 loan. Boom, boom, boom. All right, and let's do this. Dollars, cents. 165, a little wet. $165,000. And I said that the interest is going to be 7.25%. The payments, as you know where I'm getting the payments already from, will be $1,125.59. Let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Tell me what the interest in the principal is going to be.
I'm sorry, you said what is the payment?
Yep. So it's a $165,000 loan. We're getting a $165,000 loan. The bank is charging us 7.25%. Remember, the first thing that you do is take the $165,000 and multiply it by 7.25%. First things first. And tell me what answer you get.
That's $11,962.50.
All right, let me confirm that. $165,000. Multiply that by 7.25%. And you are correct. I got $11,962.50. What do we do with this $11,962.50? Because this is the yearly interest, right? We multiply that to give us this. What do we do with this $11,962.50?
Divide by 12,
Divide
is the
by
monthly
12
interest.
months in a year divided by 12. And what do we come up with?
$996.80. Well, there's a, it's
Yeah.
996.875. So would that be $996.88?
Not yet. If it was 6, about that last number was 6, it would have been 88 cents. But if we
Okay,
make
so
it 5 and down, it stays. 6
Okay,
and up,
okay.
you
Okay.
change it to the next.
Yes.
one.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
good. Okay.
Very good. 87 cents. Very, very good. So now what do we have? We now know what our interest is because we just did our math. So our interest is $996.87. See how easy that was? All we had to do was take the loan amount and multiply it by the interest, and that gave us the yearly amount. Take the yearly amount and divide it by 12, and that gives us monthly, and we move that over here. Now we know what the interest is. How much is the principal? Subtract the $11,125 a monthly payment from the $996.87. And what do we come up with?
It's terrible. 128.72. Jeez.
$128.71 because we're not going over the 5 yet. So 72. I see. You know, that 5 here where he tosses it. Hey, okay, enough. Get out of here. No. Ay, ay, ay. All right. All right. So okay, very good. So now, ladies and gentlemen, is our numbers correct? Well, they're not. Andrea would be correct, and I would be wrong. Because if we added the 128.71 to the 996.87, does that come out to 1,125.59? Add these two together. Because I can already see my numbers are off. So take the 996.87 and add it to the 128.71. Instead of subtracting, add it. And what do we come up with?
think it's a penny off.
And that's why I said Andrea was correct. And we would have to do 72, 71 to come up with the 11,025. And again, that 5, ladies and gentlemen, is a dividing line. Do we take it or do we subtract it? I did subtracting, but we had to do the adding there because of the tail. But again, that's math, ladies and gentlemen. So now, we now know that out of our payment of $1,125.59, $996.87 is going to the interest, and $128.72 is going to the principal. This is called amortization. And these would be our 3 variables here. Instead of it being yearly, monthly, daily, like in proration, our 3 variables in amortization is the payment, the interest, the principal. Because that's all the question wants to know is out of the payment, how much is going to interest and how much is going to principal. That's all the question is. And it's your job on the exam to know how to do this answer. Does anybody want to do one more? Or do you think you got this?
No,
No what?
Do
Because if you think you got it, I'm going to give you a question on your
One more one.
Okay.
yeah, I'm still kind of confused too.
One more wouldn't hurt.
Okay, not a problem. Not a problem. Very good. Right. And so let's do a mansion, ladies and gentlemen. Let's
Oh, great.
do this, all right? And let's
Is it worth
see.
getting a mansion or not? Let's see.
Well, let's see.
Oof.
All right. Because this will be just the payment. We don't know what the taxes are. This is just for the loan. And let's just say that
yeah, last time the
it's
taxes
a
were what,
$1,000,000
$36,000?
mansion, but we're getting a $980,000 and $250. Let's make it not a round number. Boom. Sorry, the board's still a little wet. Can everybody see that? 980,000, 250.
980, 250.
980,000, 275. Just making these numbers up as I go along. And that is our mortgage. All right.
275.
$980,000 mortgage. And let's say that the interest on this one is going to be 5.75%. All right. Now, let me do this real quick, tell you what the payments are going to be on this. All right, so that we can use that. So we're getting a 980,275 mortgage. And well, 5.75. 0.5.
Now I have a question. I know last time you told us about, I don't know if it's kind of how to like trick the system with making your mortgage payment. I did that. I looked at my amortization table and I paid my principal this time around. Now, when I did it, because my mortgage is automatic out of my bank account, I put it in there, but they applied it to principal. Is that the way, or is it supposed
Yes,
to?
that's what you want. You want them to
Okay.
apply it to the principal.
And they did. Okay.
Otherwise, it'll go to the interest.
Okay. Okay.
And that's not what we want. So by paying down the principal, you're paying off the loan sooner.
Okay. All right. That's what I did this month. Okay.
And you save that interest. Whatever that interest would have been, you save that when you're
Okay.
amortization.
Okay.
And I'll show it to everybody again in a second. So let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. We now know that our monthly payments are going to be $5,720 a month, 62 cents. Cost to be boss, right? That's the mansion. So this is just for principal and interest. Doesn't have the taxes or the insurance in it, just principal and interest. So now our monthly payments to the bank is going to be $5,720.62. The question is, out of that payment, how much is going to interest and how much is going to principal? So what is the first thing that we do? Tell me, what is the first thing that we do?
We multiply it. multiply the balance by the interest.
Okay, so we multiply the principal loan by the interest. Very good. And let's do that.
Wow. Okay. Like some people don't make this a year.
What is the yearly interest?
Holy crap. Is it right? 56,365.81.
That is the correct answer.
Oh my God.
The $6,365.81 is the
Jeez.
yearly interest. Right? Yearly interest. Now that we know what the yearly interest is, which is 56,000, a mere 365.81, some chunk change. What do we do with this?
Divided by 12 months in a year.
What do we come up with?
4,691, or sorry, 4,697.15.
15,
15.
50,
15, 1 5.
one
That's
five
right.
50.
Yeah.
That's what I had too as well. 4,697.15. Once again, we took the 980, that's our principal, that's the loan amount. And we multiplied it by 5.75%. That gave us the yearly interest. Notice how the bank already calculated their interest, how much they're going to make this year. They're going to make 56,365.81 for the year. So we take that 56,365.81 and divide it by 12 months in a year. And this is going to give us our interest of 4,697.15. We know what to do. Subtract these two.
Subtract it.
5,720, subtract the 469, 4,697.15. And what did we come up with?
$1,023.47. I definitely want to be the bank.
$23.47. 12, 4, 5, 6, yep. Okay. 7, 10, yep. And 10, 11, 7, yep. And 5, yep. So it all adds up correctly.
Wow.
And so now we know, ladies and gentlemen, out of our payment of $5,720.62, the interest will be $4,697.15, and only $1,023 went to the principal. If you did $1,000 and you multiply that by 12, that'd be like $12,000. That means only $12,000 came off the loan, but $56,000 went to the bank. 12,000 came off of the loan. 56,000 went to the bank. That's cool, right? Ladies and gentlemen, let's see, take a look at this, close this out, and let's see how close we are. Boom, let's do this. Let's share my screen with you, ladies and gentlemen. Share my screen. Boom. And here is our equation. Remember, we're getting a $980,000 loan, $275 at 5.75 for 30 years. We calculate it, and we can see that our monthly payments will be $5,720.62, just like we see on the board. Our principal would be $4,697.15, just like on the board. And our interest, I'm sorry, that's the interest, $4,697.15. And the principal would be $1,023.47, just like you saw on the board. But notice that's only for the first payment. Look at the second payment. The number went down. And then the third payment, the number went down for the interest and it went up for the principal. Could you imagine doing this equation over and over and over and over again for each month? That would be some calculus math that you would have to do. So in this situation, they want to know out of one payment, what would be the interest and the principal? The question's only relating to one payment, not the whole year. But we did need to figure out what the yearly interest would be divided by 12 to come up with the right answer for that one payment. All right. And again, how much would the bank make on this equation? They would make over $2 million. $2,059,422.77 for this $980,000 loan. That's a pretty good return. The bank is going to make $1 million in interest alone. That's how the bank makes their money, ladies and gentlemen. They have one product, Federal Reserve notes, and they make their money on that one product, Federal Reserve notes. But here's what Andrea was saying. Andrea wanted to know if we were making a payment of $570.22 and she made the next month's principal payment of $1,028.37 on top of this, she would have just saved $4,692. Let's put this in perspective, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just say that this is a $400,000 loan. Give you numbers that you can realistically understand. $400,000, okay? And let's just say that the calculator is 5.75. So now, ladies and gentlemen, our payments on this would be $2,334.29, of which only $417 is going to the principal. $1,916.67 went to the interest. So if Andrea made this payment and the next month's principal, she would have just saved $1,946, $14.67. And she would have made two payments. She would have made her May and her June payment with this one payment. She would not skip a month just because she made the extra principal payment. Her next payment would be right here. Her next payment would be the $2,334 because she already made this payment and she made this payment. She saved this. So her next payment would be the $2,334.29 and the next month's principal $423.66. Andrea just saved herself another $2,000. So she saved this and she saved this. She didn't have to pay that to the bank. And now she made four payments with two payments. Her first payment was here. She made this payment and she made the next month's principal. So that means she paid May and June with this payment by doing her principal and interest payment plus the next month's principal. She just paid May and June. Her next payment, which is in June, would be here. This is what you got to do. You got to figure out your schedule. So now she would be making her payment of $234, and the next month's principal, she just made four payments with two because she made this payment, and she also made this principal and this principal. So she paid 4 months with two payments, and she saved almost $3,800 just by doing it twice. Just by doing it twice. Could she do it every month this way? Not everybody's got that budget. Can you do it once or twice a year? Sure. Do it once, do it twice. Do it as many times as you can. But if you only do it once or twice a year, you automatically do. If you only do it one time a year, you automatically know you're saving a certain amount of interest.
I'm definitely going to try by looking up how much interest I pay here now. I'm definitely going to try to do it every single month.
If you can.
Yeah, I'm going to try.
Now, theoretically, if you could do it every month, you would pay off a 30-year loan in 15 years.
Yeah, okay. Good.
Theoretically. All right? Because you're not skipping any month, but you're knocking off what you owe towards the end. So if you did this 12 times, instead of it being a 30-year mortgage, it would be a 29-year mortgage because you made 12 extra principal payments. See how that works? But each time you make this extra principal payment, you already know through your amortization schedule what you're saving in interest. Because you already know what the bank is making. Do you think the bank would be happy if they don't get all their money? No. This is why they sometimes have a prepayment penalty preventing you from doing it. But if you got an FHA or VA mortgage, you could do this 100%. No prepayment penalty in FHA and VA. But conventional loans might have a prepayment penalty. Every time you pay off your loan, you're going to sell your property and buy another, so you're paying off the mortgage. You get hit with a prepayment penalty when you get those numbers to calculate your payment to the bank, the payoff the payoff has that prepayment penalty in it. 'Cause you're
I did
paying-
look that up. I do have a conventional, but it's I'm fine to make the payments, which is good.
Okay,
Yeah.
as long as you understand that.
Nope, yep, I made sure of that before I did
Very, very good.
it.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, you understand this. Let me give you a math question and see how well you do. What time is it? Yeah, let's do this math question real quick. And then we'll take our break, ladies and gentlemen. All right, because this is not a state class. This is class for our enjoyment. So we'll do this and then to everybody, and then we'll take a little bit of a break. These guys can go and come anytime you want. You don't have to stay, the whole class. This is not part of the 75-hour class. Equation. The formulas that I'm teaching is what you need to learn. The formulas are the equations.
Shoes. Okay.
Correct. Very good. These guys are doing pretty good on this one here. Very good, very good. And notice these guys are doing this math in about a minute now. One more minute, get a couple more answers, and then we'll quickly show you how to do this. It's very, very easy. I actually can do this by looking at it. So instead, very good. Instead of me putting on the board, I want you to do it yourself. Write it down. The first thing we're going to do is take the $100,000. That is our loan. And that loan is at 6%. So the first thing we do is take the $100,000 and multiply it by 6%. And what number does that give us?
6,000.
$6,000. That is the yearly interest. If it's yearly, we're going to divide it by how many months?
12.
12. So take the 6,000, divide it by 12. What does that give us?
500.
Our payments are how much in this equation? What are our monthly payments?
575.
And we now 575 is the payment. And we now know that 500 is the interest. So how much is now going to the principal? If the payment is 575 and the
75.
interest is
75.
75 principal.
$75 going to the principal. Now the question wants to know, after you made your first payment of 575, how much will you still owe on this loan Now that you understand the difference between principal and interest,
Mhm.
and since $75 is coming off of that principal, how much do you still owe on this loan after you made the first payment?
Um,
Take the 100,000 and subtract $75 from it.
So 99,925.
See, even though we made a payment of 575, 500 went to interest and 75 went to the principal. You now know how to answer this question because you know how to do the equation to get payment, interest, and principal. And now that you knew that $75 was going to the principal out of that 575, we now know to deduct $75 off that payment, not 575 off of the payment. And we would now know that our answer would be B. We would still owe $99,925 after we made that first payment of 575 because only 75 went to the loan. The $500 went to the interest to the bank. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a little break. Half-hour break, so it's about 10 after now, ladies and gentlemen. And again, as I said, this is not a state mandated class, so let's do 11:35 will be our break will be over, and 11:40 will get started. And then now the math that we're going to do is going to be much easier. These were the two tough ones, the proration and the amortization. Those were the two tough ones. Now math is going to get a lot easier. All right. So I'll see everybody after break. 11:40 I'll start. At 11:35 our break will be over. Enjoy your break, ladies and gentlemen. And again, you can leave and come anytime you want. You don't have to come back if you don't want to, but welcome back.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Okay, enjoy your break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pick back up. And let's see what we want to do next. So, we did that. We did that. I want to go jump into that real fast. Cats. TV. All right. So let's jump into that one, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's clean up. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we talked about assessed value compared to fair market value, and how the government does the equalization factor, the mills, and the assessed value. Well, I think we want to do that right now and understand the assessed value compared to fair market value and how they tax the property based on the assessed value. Let's see, do I have students here? Okay, very good. And so, do I want to do this as C? And let's do this. Okay. All right, so let's do that. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's say that a property has a fair market value of $150,000. $150,000 fair market value. That means we could sell this property for $150,000 any given day. It will appraise for $150,000. But for tax purposes, the property is taxed at, let's say, a 25%. 25% for assessed value. What is that? What is the assessed value of this property? Take the $150,000 and multiply it by 25%.
That would be 37,500.
Right? Times that by 25%, $37,500. The assessed value. Now, will we be able to buy this property for $37,500? No.
No.
There's a difference between fair market value and assessed value. And this is what a lot of young investors don't understand. The difference between fair market value and assessed value. Assessed value is an equation used for tax purposes. So let's just say that in this situation, ladies and gentlemen, they were assessing us at 30 mils. So now we have the assessed value, and the assessed value is going to be multiplied by 30 mils to come up with our tax bill. What is 30 mils? Does anybody remember? Remember, see how the government's doing this? First of all, they got you confused on the value of your property, and now they're going to be using the assessed value to come up with your taxes. Remember, 30 mils would be 3.0%. What would 58 mils be?
5.8.
8%.
There you go, 5.8%. So understand, every time you see the mils, you break the mils down to a percentage. Why didn't the government just say 3.0%? Why did they have to say 30 mils? Yeah.
They like to confuse us.
Yeah, just to trick you.
Use the assessed value to confuse you, they use the mills to confuse you. So now that we know that 30 mils is 3.0, take the 37,500 and multiply it by 3%.
So that would be $1,125.
$1,125.
Yes.
There's your yearly taxes.
What? That was so easy.
See?
I'm just kidding.
See? So the first thing that we have to understand is how the government takes the fair market value and turns it into assessed value. First thing. And then we have to understand the taxes on how they tax us, because you got to understand their language. 30 mils would be 3.0%. So let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. And notice that you need to know from your township, your district, your city, your state, wherever it is, what the government is using on their assessed value equation to come up with a number. Because Philadelphia is using pretty much a higher number. Let's do this. So let's just say that the property is worth 200,000. 200,000. Boom. 200,000. Right?
That would be the fair market value.
Fair market value. That means the
Okay.
property will appraise for 200,000. You could sell it for 200,000. It's worth 200,000 any given day.
Mhm.
But for tax purposes, the city is using a 65% equation. So how do we come up with the assessed value?
That would be 130,000.
Very good. We took the 200,000 and we multiplied it by 65%. Let me check the numbers to make sure. 200 times 35%. And I got a different number. Let's see. Hold on. 200,000 times 65%. Nope, you were right. It is 130,000. Notice the difference between the fair market value and the assessed value. And when people go into the tax records and they see the assessed value, they believe that's the value of the property. But it's not. The property is worth 200,000. The assessed value is used for tax purposes. And now we know that the assessed value is 130,000, but the fair market value is 200,000, what we can get for it any day.
Mhm.
And the taxes on this is 42 mils. How much is 42 mils?
4.2%.
4.2.
4.2%. Boom. So take this assessed value and multiply it by the mil.
So that would be 5,460.
5,460 would be your yearly taxes. Yearly taxes. And if you tried to figure out 5,460 based on your $200,000, you would not be able to figure it out. How does my taxes of 5,460 equate to the 200,000, the fair market value? You, the average person, do not understand the difference between fair market value and assessed value. And the government makes sure that you don't understand it. So the government is going to use the equation, and each township is different. So I just gave you two different ones. I gave you 25, I gave you 65. You got to know how the government does the assessed value in your area. And now, based on the assessed value, they will apply the mills to the assessed value. And most people don't understand this. And they'll complain that you have the wrong value to my property. Or they won't open their mouth at all, thinking that the government thinks their property's only worth 130, not 200. No, the government's not that stupid. But you might think, well, I'm going to keep my mouth shut because they're only taxing me on 130,000, not 200,000. No, it's 200,000. But they're using the assessed value as an equation, and then the mills as an equation, and this will give them an equalization factor, on how to do a budget, depending if taxes stay the same as the way they are. Because you can hear that the governor of Florida is talking about eliminating property taxes once the mortgage is paid off. So it has nothing to do with the president. It's the governor of Florida that made this announcement yesterday that they were thinking about eliminating property taxes when you no longer have a mortgage. Otherwise, you never own your property. So this is the governor of Florida mentioning this. So things are.
So if the property taxes pay for the budgets and everything, who's going to pay for the budgets if Florida eliminates the property taxes?
See how
Where
your
would they get the
knowledge
money
is
for the
now
budget?
asking the right question? Good for you. And so now your knowledge is asking the right question. How would that money be appropriated? Remember, Florida's already a very favorable tax state, tax-free in some areas. So how is it that one state has very low tax rate and another state has very high tax rate? And the one state that has the lower tax rate seems to be offering a better service than the states that are offering a very high tax rate. Take New Jersey, take New York, take California. Very high taxes. Are they better states than maybe a state like Tennessee or Wyoming or Florida, which lower taxes? Maybe, maybe not. You know, it's everybody's decision, what you prefer. They're all beautiful states in their own rights, but it comes down to management. Is the money being used appropriately for the services that we need? That's another question. But in any event, ladies and gentlemen, what we need to know is the math right now so that you can pass your exam, because you're not going to have a lot of math questions, but the math questions you will have will be the questions that I'm going over with you now. So fair market value broken down to assessed value. The assessed value we multiplied by the mills. We now know what 42 mills is, 4.2%. And if we base the 4.2% on the assessed value, that's going to give our yearly taxes. A very, very simple equation, ladies and gentlemen. So, how can you lose things in this little spot? And theoretically, can't. Right, very good. So, let's do it again. Now that we understand this shelving that the government likes to use, not that they're being deceptive in any way, it's just that they have their own language. And we got to understand government language. We understand legal language. We understand real estate language. And now we understand a little bit of government language. Let's put it that way. So let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's say that the fair market value of this property is $480,000. Boom, boom, boom. And it has an assessed value of 45%. And it has a mill of, let's do 39 mil. 39 mil. Tell me, ladies and gentlemen, what's going to be the taxes on this property?
So if we take the 480,000 times it by the 45%, that would be
Right.
216,000.
Okay, 216,000. All right, keep going. You're
And then-
explaining it great. Go ahead.
And then times that by 3.9%, because the 39 mil would be 3.9%.
Beautiful.
So that's $8,424.
$8,424.
Yes.
Let me check your numbers and see if you were correct. Great job of explaining it. $180,000. Multiply that by 45%. That comes to 216,000. And then we multiply that by 3.9%. And our taxes are $8,424 a year for this property. Has everybody figured out how that done?
Wouldn't it be lower? I'm confused. Oh,
What?
480. Is it 480 or 180?
No, 480.
No, 480. I'm sorry.
480. Okay,
480.
forget it.
Okay.
I was like,
yeah.
wait a minute. No, I saw
Okay.
180. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, so we can sell this property any given day. It'll appraise for $480,000 any given day. That's fair market value. But the government is hitting us up not with fair market value, but they're hitting us up with an assessed value. And this particular township is assessing fair market value at a 45% rate. So the assessed value would now be 216,000, and they're going to multiply the mills to the assessed value to come up with your tax rate for this property. Very easy.
I think this is the easiest one out of the
I
other
told
two.
you all the math that we're going to
I
do
was
now
thinking
is
that.
easy. Yeah, the hard math was this morning, the proration, the amortization. It's so easy that I'm about to give you a question right now. Let's see how well you do on this test question that I'm going to give you. There it is. Take a minute. See if you can answer this question. Waiting for your answers in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Just want to make sure that you guys are doing the equation correctly. We got a couple answers already. Very, very good. Very, very good. And since you will be answering these questions on your state exam, A, B, C, or D, I would prefer that you guys give me an answer as well, just as if this was a state exam. But, okay, very good. So the answer is A, ladies and gentlemen. If we take the $180,000 and we multiply that by 25%,
Comes out to
that would give us
45,000.
Okay, very, very good. So again, notice that we did that again. Take the $180,000, multiply it by 25%, and that gives us $45,000. That is the assessed value. Fair market value is 180,000, but the assessed value is now 45,000. And if we take that 45,000, the assessed value, we multiply it by 30 mils, which is 3%. That would give us A, $1,350. Does everybody understand this equation, the assessed value in the mill?
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, very good, very good. Moving along, you guys are head of the class, doing very, very good. Pick that up quickly. Well, then let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how much it's going to cost us to buy a property. All right. And so remember that the lender has two charges when they make a loan. Those charges are loan origination fee and discount points, and maybe a down payment. So we need to know what the lender's charges will be and how much this loan is going to cost us. So let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's say that you read an investment book and you want to buy a property for $100,000, your very first property. And you read that you don't need any money down. It's a no money down deal, blah, blah, blah. And not not sure why they say a no money down deal, but maybe they're talking about some type of owner financing while you're buying it on paper. But let's do something easy. So we got $100,000 loan. All right. This, or let's do it this way. It's a $100,000 property. $100,000 property. And let's do two maths in this. We'll do LTV as well as the charges for this loan. So the LTV on this loan is 90% LTV. What does that mean?
The bank will fund 90%.
That's right. And that means you have to come up with what?
10,000.
10%. So that means the bank is going to lend you $90,000 to buy this $100,000 property, and your down payment is $10,000 because you need skin in the game. You're not getting a whole. You can't buy the property for $100,000 and the bank gives you a $100,000 loan. That's very rare. Maybe with a VA loan, maybe, but other than that, you got to have some kind of a down payment. Even with an FHA, it's 3.5%. But in this situation, the bank wants 10%. So that means they're going to lend you $90,000. You need $10,000 of your own money. But don't forget, we have two other fees. We got loan origination fee and discount points. And the loan origination fee is 2 points. So it'd be 2 points for the loan origination. And let's make it easy, 2 points for the discount points. So now, what do we do, ladies and gentlemen? Do we do our math on the 100,000 or do we do our math on the 90,000?
90.
90.
90.
Remember, because the bank is lending us 90%. So now take the $90,000 and multiply it by 2%. And what does that come out to?
1,800.
1,800? $1,800 for loan origination. And same thing for the discount points, 2%. Another $1,800. How much money do we need for this $90,000 loan? Add it together.
13,600.
$13,600 you need to buy this $100,000 property in order to get this $90,000 loan. Is that a no money down deal, ladies and gentlemen?
No.
All right. So what the investment books don't talk to you about is the lender, the loan, because the lender has these fees, origination and discount points, like I told you. Bank's going to charge it. They'll charge you for the FHA loan. They'll charge you for the VA loan. This is how the bank makes their money. So the bank is going to make $3,600 for doing this $90,000 loan, and they want you to have $10,000 skin in the game to buy this $100,000 property. To buy this $100,000 property, you're going to need $13,600. This is called earnest money. Your deposit is actually earnest money. They wanted you to have that money in the bank. So your down payment for lender would not be a down payment. It's actually earnest money. Earnest money, but we know that you don't understand that, so we'll say down payment. So earnest money, when the LTV is 10%, they want you to have 10% earnest money in the bank, plus the 2 fees in the bank for this loan. You have this money in the bank, and your credit is good, and your income is good, they'll give you the $90,000 loan. This is how it works, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to be in real estate, you got to understand the lender and the lender's fees and charges, or you're not in the real estate business. Because I don't care what an investment book says, you're not getting a property with no money down. And explain it to me. Explain it to me. Because the bank's not going to give you 100% financing. The bank wants skin in the game. And I'll tell you what the bank usually wants. The bank usually wants an LTV of 80%. That's what the bank ordinarily wants. What does that mean?
You gotta put 20,000 down.
That's exactly right. You got to put 20% down. And let's make this loan a $400,000 loan. All right. So let's say the house is more than 400,000. The house is 400,000. Here's the sales price. All right. Sales price. Sales price is 400,000. This is the property you want to buy. But we already know that we have to have the earnest money, the loan origination fee, and the discount points. That we know. How much is our earnest money? How much is our deposit that we need for this $400,000 property?
Down payment would be 80,000 or earnest money.
There you go. 80,000 because the bank wants you to have 20% skin in the game. They'll give you an 80% loan if you put in 20%. So how much is the loan amount now?
Yep, 320.
So you're buying a $400,000 property with a conventional loan of 20% down. That means you need $80,000 because it's an 80 LTV. The bank will lend you 80% of the sales price. That's the sales price. This is the loan amount. The bank will loan you $320,000 to buy this $400,000 property, providing you have skin in the game, 20%. But the bank also has these two fees. Is this loan amount and discount point based on the loan amount or the sales price?
Loan amount.
The loan amount, because that's what they're lending you. And let's just say that this is 2 points and this is 3 points. So what is the loan origination cost and what is the discount points? Based on the loan amount. So how much is the bank going to charge us for loan origination?
6,400.
So we take the 320,000 and we multiply that by 2% because a point of percent. Then that would be $6,400 for just this fee for the bank. But the bank's also charging us 3 points, discount points. 3 points would be 3%. Take the 320 and multiply it. When we come up with that,
9,600.
there's the second fee that the bank is going to charge us for this loan, 9,600. There we go. Now, how much money do we need in the bank to get this $320,000 loan? Add them all together.
That would be 96,000.
That's what I had too. $96,000. That means that you want to buy this $400,000 property with a conventional loan. You need 20% earnest money. This is an 80 LTV. That's 80,000. That means the bank will lend you 320,000 to buy this property. And the bank has these two fees for this loan. 6,400 based on 2 points for the loan origination, 9,600 based on 3 points for the discount points. So the bank needs $96,000 in your bank account before they'll give you this $320,000 loan to make sure that you have your earnest money, 20%, because this is an 80 LTV, and your two fees for the bank. This is what you need to understand, ladies and gentlemen, when you want to start investing in property, when you want to start helping buyers and sellers. You have to understand that the bank has a fee for that loan. You're not getting the loan free of charge. The bank's not just going to give you a $400,000 loan. The bank's not just going to give you a $320,000 loan based on your 20% down. You did not know about these two fees that the bank charges, which is extremely important.
Just crazy. They're already getting so much interest.
Not to mention, yeah, because we don't
Holy
even know
cow.
what this $320,000 interest is for the loan. We only know what it's costing us to procure the loan.
Now, are those negotiable with the bank or how does that work?
Say that again.
Are they negotiable with the bank or do the banks just have a set?
Everything's
set fee?
negotiable,
Okay.
but you can't negotiate if you didn't even know.
Okay.
If you didn't even know about these
Yeah.
two charges, how could you negotiate? So let's just say that the bank was going to give you this loan at 7%, right?
hmm
Could you say, listen, if I pay down the interest, could I get a better deal? Could I, instead of having 7%, could I give you 4% here and 3% here? And then make this 5% or 5.5%.
hmm
Could you negotiate? You could, but you would need all your ingredients.
Okay.
You couldn't just say, oh, can you lower the interest rate to 5.5%? That's not going to work. And again, the bank has to have their yield. Give us our yield and we'll give you the loan.
Now, do they go lower if you're putting more money down? Like if you do put the 20% down versus not a lot of money down?
Only to a point,
Okay.
because they have to sell this loan in the secondary market.
Okay.
So if this loan went to 4% or 3%, they would be stuck with this loan. They couldn't sell it in the secondary market. This would be a non-conforming loan. How is it that prime is 7? We can understand if they give us the yield and buy down the interest for the first couple of years or whatever. We understand that. But we're not going to be buying a loan at 4 and 3%. It's not going to give us the return on our investment. So they could not sell this loan in the secondary market. Not quite sure if they could even sell at 5.5% in the secondary market, to be honest with you. But that's what you need to understand, that the banks make this loan. Here's the bank's money. This and this. That's what the bank's going to make. They're going to sell this loan at the table and get their $320,000 back, plus these two fees. That's what the bank does. And so if you want to give us more upfront, we can lower your interest rate. Give us our yield, and we'll give you the loan. Is everybody understanding this? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Let's test it. Shall we? So, let's do this. All right. And this will be to everyone. All right. And let's see how well we do. This question's even easier than the ones I gave you on the board. Waiting to see some answers. see this one on the board. Sure we understand it. Let's take a look at this question, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let's read the question. A building was bought for $185,000 with 10% down. What's the LTV? We're putting 10% down. What's our LTV?
90%?
Very good. All right. With 10% down and a loan for the balance, we now know the balance is 90%. If the lender charged the buyer 2 discount points, how much cash did the buyer need at closing to pay for the down payment and the loan fee? So we got a property that's worth $185,000. $185,000. All right. $185,000. And the LTV is 90%. So if we have to put 10% down, what is our earnest money?
18,500.
18,500. 18,500 because that is 10% of this $185,000. 10%. Because we are getting a loan for the other 90%. So that means we need 18,500 of our own money. If we subtract 18,500 from this 185, what is our loan amount?
166,500.
166,500, you said?
Yes. I guess I'm confused because my answer didn't come out to be any of the answers.
Well, let's see.
Okay.
Let's make sure. Now we got 18,500 is the deposit, the
Yeah.
earnest money.
Uh-huh.
That gives us a loan amount of 166.5. So we have fair market. Oh, no, that's not the assess. So we got the loan amount. All right. Sale price. Loan amount. We're getting a loan for 166.5. Now, on the 166.5, it says the bank is charging us 2 discount points.
Right.
That's no loan origination in this one, just 2%, 2 discount points. So we take the 166.5 and we multiply that by 2%. What do we come up with?
21,800.
Say it again.
21,800.
Right? Let me double check that. Seems high. Just double check.
No,
No, wait, I'm sorry. I heard you wrong. I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you said? I'm sorry.
Sure. Now our loan amount is 166,500 because we're putting $18,500 down. So we subtract that from the sales price. That means we're getting a loan of 166,500. And the
At 2%, correct?
Yeah.
2 discount points.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's $3,330. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I heard you wrong.
$3,330. There we go. And now we add these both together.
And then it's 21,800. Sorry, I kind of jumped.
but it's 21,830.
21,830.
That's why it's not there.
Is that
Yeah,
not
B's
one of the
wrong.
answers?
Not right. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, it's not right.
Okay. Yep. And so that is, let's correct that now. 21,830. So this way here for
Yeah.
future
See, that's
classes.
why we didn't give you an answer because it was wrong.
That's okay. That is okay. And so, but now you figured it out, what happened. And so, yep, so there was not a correct answer there, but we do have that now. And let's see what I had. Times 10%, 85, 185 plus, it's 166.5, 166.5. Oh, that's 2%, right? 3,000. Oh, that's what I did. I had 3,300, not 3,300.
330. Yeah.
There was my mistake there. And now that would be $21,830. There's my mistake. Very good. See, the class is teaching me now. Very, very good. All right. So very good, ladies and gentlemen. So now you have the correct answer, which is B, which is $21,830. I just corrected my script so that it comes out correctly next time. And now the class is teaching me. So very good. So any questions about that?
Okay, I think what was confusing me was I couldn't at the 400,000 one we did. I
Mhm.
couldn't get that earnest money. I couldn't get, but now I get it. You have to take the loan to value, whatever percent of the loan to value is that's left. So the 10%, and you minus it from the 185 to get the earnest money, right?
That's correct. That is
Okay.
correct. So you took the 18,500 that you need out of your pocket, earnest money, and you subtracted it from the sales price of this property.
Hmm.
If you want to buy a $185,000 property, the bank is willing to give you 166,500 on this property. That means you need 18,500 of your own, 10%, because it's a 90 LTV.
Yeah.
10%. And this $166,500 loan, the bank has a fee. In this situation, just one fee, 2 discount points. Each point is 1%. So 2 points would be 2%. And since that's the only fee, you'll need your earnest money and the fee to know how much money you're going to need in the bank to get this loan, to buy this property. 10%, and then 90 LTV, 20%, 2% for the discount points. No loan origination fees in this particular question, but don't expect that with the bank. Now, I just need to make sure that we're understanding LTV, because I'm going to give you another question based on just the LTV, right? And the question might be a little bit different because the way they word it, right? So now, let's do this. Here's the question, just to make sure that we understand it. We're buying a property for $200,000 sales price, but it appraises for $180,000. The appraised value. What is the bank going to lend us? The 200,000 or the 180?
180.
180.
Very good. And the LTV is 80%. So what is your earnest money?
20%.
36,000.
So 20% of what? The 200 or the 180?
180.
180.
All right. So very good. You're already understanding LTV. Very good. Let's correct that. Let's move this over here. And of course, we're going to have to do that. Let's do this again. Because the way my phone is doing, I have to get rid of certain things. Hold on 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. All right. Now, can we do that? Thank you. All right. I got my phone set up in a different way. So $180,000 because of the appraised value. Even though they're asking $200,000 for the property, the appraisal came in at 180. So now we got to use the lower number. And so 180, multiply that by 80%. That means we're getting a loan amount of 144,000 to buy this $200,000 property because it only appraised for 180. So based on the appraised value, the bank is giving us an 80 LTV. They'll lend us 80%. 144,000, and now we have to negotiate with the seller. Are we still going to buy this property for 200,000 when it only appraises for 180? Maybe, maybe not. Depends on the buyer and the seller. But notice the lender is not part of the buyer and the seller. The lender is going to give you a loan based on the appraised value. the buyer and seller can negotiate the difference in the price if they would like to. That means the buyer would have to come up with $20,000 more automatically, just for this property. Not to mention the 20% for the $180,000 loan, which is $36,000. $36,000. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just doing it in my head. 80% of 180. Take the $180,000, multiply it by 80%. What is that?
36,000.
Okay, very good. So 36,000 for the bank, not to mention any loan origination fees or discount points. And now another 20,000 out of our pocket if we want to still buy this property for 200,000 because it only appraises for 180. Bank's only going to lend us on the appraised value or the sales price, whichever is less. Does everybody understand that? I don't think everybody does, but I think you will be able to do the answer anyway. So let me give you a question because I think you'll be able to do it anyway. So let's do this and let's see what happens. But if I feel that you're not doing it, we'll go over it again, but take a look at this. Read the question, take your time. Already know what number you're working with. So I have one answer so far. I have two answers so far. All right. Let's make sure that we got the answer and we just didn't use the other students' answers and copy that. Let's just make sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's very simple. All the math now is all going to be very, very simple. So you should not be getting boggled in your head. But if you are, it's only because of your conditioning, because we can just read it. So we already know that we got an 80 LTV. This we already know. Come on and drag a board. Drag a board. All right. 80% LTV. This we know. So that means we're putting 20% down. And we already know that it has a sales price of $116,900, but the appraised price is $114,500. So which number are we using, the $116,900 or the $114,500?
A 114.5.
Whichever is
14.5.
less. Very, very good. 114.5. And we multiply this by 20%. Because the bank's going to give us 80%. We need 20% of our own. So take the 114.5 and multiply it by 20%. And what it's going to be our loan. Is my number correct? You take the 114.5 and we multiply it by 20% because it's an 80 LTV. 114.5 times 20%
I did it by 80% to get the
Okay.
91.
So, okay, so you're right, because
Sorry.
it's an 80 LTV.
Yeah.
So we're
I mean, you
putting
can do it by
20%
the
down.
20%
So how
and then
much is the
subtract.
loan?
Yeah,
so
I did it
subtract-
backwards.
That's fine. So take the 114.5 and multiply it by 80%. Because it's an
That-
80 LTV.
Yeah.
That gives us 91,600.
Mhm.
That is the loan amount based on the 80%, not 20%, 80% on the LTV. And so, yep. So that means we would need the difference. What would 20% of 114.5 be? 114.
That would be 22,900.
Mhm.
2,900. And what is this 22,900? Earnest money.
Earnest money. Yeah.
Earnest money. Because we don't have an offer on the property. This is just to get this loan. So to get this loan, the bank says we'll lend you 80%. We'll lend you 91,600 to buy this 114.5 appraised value property. That means you need 22,900 skin in the game. You need 20% down. Earnest money. When I write a contract, let's say I'm writing a contract for Andrea, who's buying this property. Am I going to use $22,900 as her deposit in the agreement of sale?
No.
No.
$500. All right, $500. That's what I'm going to use as my deposit. If we need more in the negotiations, fine. But notice that I don't need $22,900. You got to understand the difference between earnest money and deposit, down payment. Deposit is between the buyer and the seller. Earnest money is between the borrower and the lender.
Yeah, I didn't understand that. Like back home in New York, it's usually 500, 1,000 depending. But when I put a offer in on this property, I put $10,000 down, and I kind of questioned that at first. Yeah, so I guess I'm a little
Now-
confused on that.
Okay, so here's could
No,
be
I
the
get it.
beginning
I
of-
get it now. I think it's,
Yeah.
it wasn't correct. I don't think it was right, but yeah.
Well, maybe, maybe not. What if Andrea was up against two other buyers?
I wasn't though. I
So
could see
what?
if I was, but I was not. So that's why it made me question when you said that. I'm like, I think that was incorrect. I shouldn't have put that much money down.
Now, again, how much did you need for the loan anyway?
Well, I did conventional. I did an 80-20. I put 20%.
Okay, so let's just say that Andrea needed 22,900 earnest money, and she put $10,000 as the down payment in her agreement of sale. What would Andrea need to bring to the table? Would she still need 22,900?
No, you subtract it.
That's right. She would now need to bring 12,900 to the table. Because out of the 22,900 that she needed for the loan, she already put 10% or $10,000 down in the agreement of sale. So now she doesn't need the 22,900 because she got $10,000 down and it needs a 12,900. So it's not like you're going to lose any money, but it's worth risking $10,000 if something
Yes.
goes bad. But if
Exactly.
the seller said, I'm not going through with this deal, now we got a problem because we got
Mhm.
so much money tied up with a buyer and a seller.
Mhm.
Even though we needed that money. Now, if Andrea was up against other offers
Yes.
and she could not make an offer higher than that, making a better down payment would have strengthened her deal.
Yeah.
If she was up against other offers.
Yeah.
So the agent could do it that way as well.
Correct. Like my New York side, when I sold my house, I had 3 offers in. And yes, yeah, highest and best, and then yeah, the down payment.
So
Yes.
even though all
And
three would have
terms,
been
of
the
course,
same
terms
offer,
too.
whoever had the bigger down payment probably
Yeah.
would have been the better deal for the seller
Yes.
in that situation. So that's a negotiating point. And that's why it's important to understand that the down payment is between the buyer and the seller, but the earnest money is between the borrower and the lender. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that takes care of that question. I think we understand it now. You know what? Now we come down to the end, ladies and gentlemen. Here's what I always said. We might not be great at math, but when it comes to our money, Aren't we pretty good at math? You're about to now see, ladies and gentlemen, the money you're about to make in this business. This is why I saved this math for the end, because this class breezed through the math. I didn't expect to go as fast as we did, but we breezed right through it. So you got a higher aptitude than most of my classes, ladies and gentlemen. So you guys understood it. Now, there's one thing before I do this that I want to do, and I just realized that I did not do cap rate. And so I just want to do one last math question with you that might be on your exam before we get to the commission. And that would be cap rate. And as I said, ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to be dealing with commercial property, then we might need to understand cap rate, right? And cap rate is very, very easy to do. It's not a big deal, but let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Usually we'll do cap rate for income producing property that produces monthly rental, yearly income. And let's just say that the income on this property is $36,000. This is our yearly income, okay? Income. Okay? $36,000 is our yearly income. And let's say that the property is being sold for $360,000. That's what they're selling the property for. The question is, what's our cap rate? What is the cap rate for this property? Does anybody remember how to do this? It's very, very simple. All we do, ladies and gentlemen, to come up with cap rate is we take income and divide it by value. So take the $36,000 and divide it into the $360,000 property. And what's our cap rate?
0.1.
0.1.
Has everybody got the same? Let me double check, because I'm just making this up as we go along. So let me check my own answer. So we got $36,000 a year. Divide that into the $360,000. And we have, what do you have?
0.1, 1%.
And it's not 0.1.
I have
1%.
Decimal, it's 10%. Because it's
Oh.
broken down into a decimal. So 0.1 would actually be 10%. Because it's a decimal now.
0.1 is 10%.
Yeah, 10%.
Okay.
A decimal, you have 0.1, which is a decimal to the fraction. Right? So this is the fraction, and this is the decimal.
I did it the other way. I did the 360,000 divided by 3,600, and then I got 10, and then I was gonna say 10%, but yeah, I got 10.
Okay, so to do it correctly, because that should come up to a different answer, $360,000 divided by the $36,000. Okay, yeah, you can still come up with
I just got 10. Yeah.
All right, that doesn't always quite work out. Let's try something here just to double check that. Let's change it around and let's make the sales price, let's do the incomes different. Let's make the sales price the same, 360, but let's change the income to 24,000 a year, right? Let's see how that works. So again, income divided by the value. We need to know what the cap rate is.
If you did it that way, is it 15%?
Okay.
I got it the other way.
So
30.
and notice we have 0.06. So
Yeah.
the cap rate was 10%. What's the cap rate here?
So would it be 7%?
Well, yeah, you're right. You're right. It's closer to 7% than it is 6.
Because it's 0.06666.
You're
7.
correct. But I wanted to make sure that you understood that the 6%, but now you know how to round off the tag to the
Mhm.
next 7%. So now our cap rate is 7%. Will it work out the same if we do it the opposite way? Take the $360,000 divided by the $24,000.
No, then you get 15.
Doesn't work out the same.
Yeah.
So it just
So wait,
So you
say it
would-
one more time. You
Yeah.
take the
lower number divided
Uh-huh.
into the higher number.
Okay.
okay. All
Because
right.
that was just a freaky situation because of the 10%. It worked
Mhm.
backwards and forwards, but ordinarily your numbers would be wrong. And if I gave you 7% and 15% as two of your answers, and you did the 360, divided it into the income, you would have came up with 15. That would have been wrong.
And the test will give you 15, and then it'll give you the right answer, and you think you're right, and you wrong all along.
Yep. So you need to understand the equation. In order to come up with a cap rate, it is income divided into the value. That's exactly right. The lower number divided into the value gives you the cap rate. If you did it
Okay.
backwards, your math would be off.
Got it.
Okay. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. Let me give you something here. Beep. And let's test you.
All right.
Guess I'm confused.
Andrea obviously is a star when it comes to math. That doesn't
No.
have long to figure it out, but yeah, she's doing
Math
very
was
well.
always my strongest, but I was not great in school, so I skipped too many classes in math and I was kicked out. So,
See, but yeah,
but math
so-
is, yeah, I don't know.
And so now you guys can figure it out. I told you math's not hard. Math's not hard. You just got to get past that discombobulation that your brain is conditioned to do. That you get, oh, yeah, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I can't figure it out. It's easy. It's easy.
My subject was reading in English. This here is not it.
Yeah, see, yeah. And I didn't like English and all that. Yes, math was mine. Everyone's got their stronger, yeah. Stronger.
Did you think that I one day would be teaching reading, math? I was basically a C and D average student when I was in school for the most part.
I can't believe it.
Started
Same.
in my 11th grade. My last 2 years, I finally wised up.
Yeah, I don't know how I made it out of
I
school.
wouldn't be juvenile
Same.
anymore.
I almost didn't make it out of school.
Yeah.
I don't know how I passed with flying
Yeah.
colors.
I did
I
not.
start wising up. But
Mine was
here
more
I am
social.
today, teaching. Who would have thunk it?
Yeah, I
Your
was,
teachers see you now, and they be like, "What?"
Never in a million years would I have believed
Yeah.
that I would be teaching subjects that I stunk at for most of my life. But
My daughter was telling me, I was telling her, I'm like, we're gonna have a math class and a business class. She goes, "Can I come to your math class too?" I'm like, "You're not missing school," but she's like, "Can you join the 6 o'clock class too so I can come into?" She loves math.
oh, that's
good.
cute.
I love that. I love that. Absolutely.
And she told me,
for
she's like, "Can we
families.
join at 6 o'clock?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." I'm like, "We'll join." I'm like, "We can go on."
I love
Aw.
it. I love it. Absolutely.
How old
Bring
is
it.
she?
She's
love
12.
that.
She just turned 12 in April.
Beautiful.
That's-
Yeah,
That-
she's such a smart kid. She got all honor rolls and she is a very smart kid. Sometimes she'll sit there and test me and her dad and we're like, "Oh, great. Here we go again."
The fact that she asked to sit in the class tells you right then and there.
Yeah,
that
she's very
not
smart.
afraid of it. Her brain is open. She wants to learn. I
Yeah.
love that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Bring her into the class.
So yeah, I'm joining into tonight again too.
Beautiful. And everybody's welcome to do it, ladies and gentlemen. I do this out of a token of appreciation for my students. No other school would do this. All right.
Mm-mm.
So once you're gone, you're gone. That's it. They got your money. They're happy. Get out. Don't let the door hit you in the butt. Let's do commission, ladies and gentlemen. Now, here's what you need to understand. The average sales price. The average sales price in Pennsylvania is right around $250,000. All right.
Mhm.
That's average. Yes, we got $100,000 properties, but they probably need a lot of work. They got to be fixed up. But if you want something that you can move into, beautiful, new kitchen, living room, dining room, everything, then if you are willing to spend 250, 300, 350, you're going to find a beautiful property. But on average, and that's what we're going to start out with, is the average sales price of a property from Philadelphia to Pennsylvania, 250. It's 280, 270, but well, let's just do 250. So now let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to make Wadia the listing agent. She's the one that's listing this property for 250. And we're going to make Andrea the buying agent. She's the one that's going to be bringing the buyer to Wadia's listing. So Wadia is the listing agent and Andrea is the buyer agent in this scenario. Okay? So Wadia went out there and spoke. See, you leave the cap off for just a little bit, and guess what happens? It dries out that quick. Very fragile. Well prepared. All right. And so that recouped. So Wadia went and did some advertising and went out and spoke to this seller and negotiated with this seller that their property is probably worth about $250,000. Now we got to negotiate commission. And let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this. Let's go 4%, 5%, 6%, 7%, 8%, because this is probably the norm for most real estate agents. Their brain can only comprehend this. So let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Take the $250,000 and multiply it by 4%. And what is the commission?
10,000.
How much?
Am I right?
Yeah,
4%.
10,000.
10,000.
Okay, no problem. All right. $10,000. That's not bad, right? Would you be happy with $10,000?
Absolutely.
Well, let's do better. Let's take the 250,000 and multiply it by 5%. Now what do we got?
12,500.
It should be more than the 10,000. So 250,000 multiplied by 5%.
12,500.
12,500. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you the first time.
It's okay.
500. All right. Again, ladies and gentlemen, help me out. Do the 6%. We're going to do 6, 7, and 8. Do the 6 next.
That's 15,000.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Next one.
17,500.
And the last one.
For 7% would be 17,500.
And the 8%.
20,000.
How much is that?
20,000.
20.
20,000.
Waiting for your calculators to catch up to me. All right, very, very good, ladies and gentlemen. So as soon as I had these first two, I was able to do the next one because you can see the increments of $2,500, right?
Yep.
Right. Fair enough, easy enough. So, ladies and gentlemen, Wadia is negotiating with the seller. She can negotiate 4%, 5%, 6%, 7%, 8%, hell, 12%, 20%, whatever. Whatever she wants to negotiate between her and the seller. What do you think Wadia would prefer to have? The $10,000 or the $20,000?
I would hope she would say 20,000.
I think she would.
She will. She will.
But let's say that it's a tough negotiation between her and the seller. Wadia wanted the 8%. The seller wanted to give her 4%. Wadia goes, well, you need a weaker agent. I'll do it for 7%. The seller goes, well, I'll do 5%. Wadia goes, let's meet in the middle, 6%. And the seller says, okay, $15,000. This, ladies and gentlemen, typical deal. There's nothing special about this deal at all. This is an average sales price. This is an average commission. This is $15,000.
Mhm.
But we got to do a breakdown. Remember I said Andrea was representing the buyer? So what if Andrea was getting half of this 6%? So it would be 3% to Wadia and 3% to Andrea.
Mhm.
Now what do we get?
7,500.
$7,500 to Wadia and 7,500 to Andrea.
Mhm.
Okay. Wadia, you okay with 7,500? Now that Andrea brought a property, the buyer for you?
I'm okay, but then there's another breakdown.
Yeah, you are correct. There is another breakdown because we got that broker, remember?
Yeah,
Yes.
Right.
they get their,
Yeah.
All right. So let's just say that this is.
I don't like the math, but I know my numbers, what I'm gonna get.
This is Andrew. All right. But is on an 80-20 split. 80-20. And
80,
Andrea
20.
is on a 50-50 split. What is the commission?
Okay. So if I got 75 and I'm doing 80-20,
80%.
so 70
Well, 6,000 would be for Wadia,
Okay.
and then I'm 50,
75.
and I would get 37.5.
Oh, 7.
1,500. And then what is Andrea?
So it's 50-50,
Yeah,
37.5.
3,750.
Yeah.
So look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Wadia is on an 80-20 split. That means Wadia will get $6,000 and her broker will get $1,500. So she went from $15,000, but she negotiated with the seller. She did all the hard work. She agreed to do a 50-50 split with Andrea, 3% to Wadia, 3% to Andrea. That's a 50-50 split on the 6%. But
Okay.
now, out of the 50-50 split, we got to break the broker down. Wadia is going to walk away with $6,000. Still not bad. And Andrea is going to walk away with
Not bad.
$3,750. Her broker gets $3,750. That could be costly.
Yeah, I don't like that.
If Wadia did 10 deals, and Wadia's going to walk away with $60,000 if she did 10 deals because she's 80-20. But Andrea does 10 deals. She's walking away with $37,750 for the same 10 deals because
No.
she's 50-50.
I'm like, no, that's a lot of work for $37,000.
Yes.
Yeah.
See the difference?
Yeah, no.
You need to understand that you negotiating with your broker, which we'll do tomorrow in the Mars class, is very, very important. You cannot afford to be doing a 50-50 split. You can't afford that.
No.
Because that costs you almost $23,000 compared to what it. Now the 80-20, I think this is still the best game in town. In my opinion. Depends on the situation. The 50-50 is what every broker is going to try to do to you because you're a brand new agent. Now, let's change this around a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, so that you might understand the math. Let's leave everything the same. Let's change this here. And now, let me ask you the question. All right. Here will be the question. Here's the question. Wadia is getting 60% and Andrea will be getting 40%. Right? This is Wadia. This is Andrea. And the question wants to know, sorry about the marker. The question wants to know what we're getting. Sales price is $250,000. And let's use the 6% as the commission. This is our commission. And they want to know if Wadia is getting 60% and Andrea is getting 40%, how much is Wadia getting at 60%? How much is Andrea getting at 40%?
So at 60%, that's 4,500.
Is it?
No, at 60%, it would be
Oh wait.
$1,000.
Oh, and at 40%, it would. Wait a minute. 7. No, I didn't do it right. I used 75. Well, yeah.
So
15,000 times 60%. Okay. So 60. And six.
So we're still doing the 15,000. Am I correct, Warren?
We are using the 15,000.
Okay. So
That's
then
for
Wadia would get 9,000 and Andrea would get 6,000.
6,000.
We did 9,000 and 6,000.
But then we did the breakdown with the broker.
15,000. If we added 9,000 and 6,000 together, would that be 15,000?
Yes.
It would. Here's what you need to know, ladies and gentlemen. Single digits, we use the sales price.
Single digit sales.
Double digits, we use the commission. Because you're going to see in a little bit that you're going to see this 60-40. All right? And since you already had this equation of the 6%, you knew how to do the answer. But had you not had this, and the question asked you at the sales price of $250,000, and the commission is 6%, if Wadia is getting 60% and Andrea's getting 40%, what would be the answer? So without the breakdown, you would now need to figure out first the 6%, the single digit, against the sales price, the 6%. And then from that answer, the double digits would come from that answer. So we did 6% of 215,000. We would know that that would be 15,000 because that's what the question's asking. And now we would know to do the 60-40, the double digits off the commission. The single digit, 6%, is the sales price.
Mhm.
Single digit. Because very few agents can do double digit commission. So the single digit is against the sales price. But when you got double digits, you had a 6% here compared to 60%. The double digit is off the commission. Single digits off the sales price. Double digits off the commission. That's what you
I'm
need.
trying to make that make sense. It's not making sense.
That's okay.
When you
That's
say
okay.
a single digit,
So
you talk about the
and you
percent.
charge the seller 13% commission.
Oh, no.
Good.
Okay.
But how many agents would do that?
Okay,
How many agents
okay,
would do it? Most agents would be between 4 and 8%.
okay.
Most agents are. They're already conditioned 4 to 8%. So a single digit, 4%, 6%, 8%, doesn't matter. These single digits, we use the sales price.
Okay.
Okay. But if the question is asking double digit, 60, 40%, double digits, not single, 4, 6, 8, that's single. Now we got 60, 40. These are double digits.
Double digits.
The double digits.
Use the commission.
Very good.
Okay.
Single digits, sales price. Double digits, commission.
I think I got it.
So let's do it this way, ladies and gentlemen. See if you understand it. Leave that there. Leave that there. And here will be the question. All right. We'll leave the sales price at, you know what? Let's change it a little bit. Let's make it 350,000 now. Let's change the sales price. All right. So the sales price is now $350,000. And here's the question. The question is, let's do the first question. Waldia is going to get 4%, and Andrea is going to be getting 2%. Let's do this first. How much is Waldia getting? How much is Andrea getting?
Okay. So the 4% is 14,000.
That's agreed. 14,000 is 4% for Waldia. And what is Andrea getting?
And how much percent she get? 2%?
Yes,
7,000.
that's correct. 7,000. So what is the commission that we're charging? Both together.
21,000.
And 21,000 is what percent?
6%.
6%. 4% to one agent, 2% to the other agent, 6%. See how we did that? So now
Oh.
we figured out that Wendy is getting 14,000 based on 4%, Andrew's getting 2% based on 2% of that property. Let's change it around now. Now, here's the question. The question now is, well, D is getting, let's do 70%. Andrew's getting 30%.
And we still using 350?
No, let's do the commission at 8%. Let's change it around.
But
now they want
the
to
sales-
know if Waldia is getting 70% of the commission and Andrew is getting 30% of the commission. What is our answer? What do we got to do first?
I took the 350,000 and times it by the 8%,
Very good.
and I got 28,000.
Okay, very good.
But I get confused when we have to do the 70-30.
Okay, well, that's okay. So, and remember what I taught you, double digits are off the commission, single digits off the sales price. So 28,000, multiply that by 70%.
So that would be 19,600.
You're not so confused after all, are you?
No.
Okay. And now take the 28,000 and multiply it by 38%.
That would be 10,640.
This came up a little bit different. Let me make sure I got that right.
Wait,
No,
you
wait.
said 30,000,
Times, yep.
right?
And here's the commission.
8,400.
Commission is $8,000, correct? So now, Lydia's getting 70% of it. Andrew's getting 30% of it.
8,400.
There you go. 8,400.
Yeah.
See that?
Sorry, I put another number.
That's okay. Now, add these two together. 19,600, 8,400. Make sure it comes to 28,000.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
and then 19. Oh, yep.
Yeah.
See? You can check your math backwards and forwards. So we already knew the question said if Lydia's getting 70%, Andrew's getting 30% of the commission, how much would they be making? Notice that they kind of change it around on you with the double digit, single digit question. All right. But notice that we had to do the single digit first off of the sales price, which Malia did, and got us $28,000. Now from the commission, we could do our double digits. 28,000 multiply it by 70%, then 28,000 multiply it by 30%. It was two different numbers, and if we added these two numbers together, it should be the commission. Now, Lydia is on an 80-20, and Andrew's on a 50-50. How much are they making after they break down their broker?
Okay. So. So the 15,680 for me.
Yeah, very good. 15,680 for what?
And then
and how much is the
80.
broker getting?
Oh wait, I knew mine. What was hers? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
The broker would get
yours
3,000. Well, Wadia would get 15,680. The broker would get 3,920.
very, very
Okay.
good. Now,
Oh, and then she has a 50-50 split. That's what I
Mhm.
didn't know. Okay.
all right, but Andrew's getting 8,400.
And she's 50-50.
4,200.
She gets 42 and her broker gets 42.
See that?
I don't know why that became so easy, but before I was just struggling big time.
See?
I think
Yeah.
it's the wording, like, because
Yeah.
he did it different ways. So
Yeah.
one way it'll resonate, and then another way is like, what are we talking about?
So, yeah. And so, but when
That's
it comes
just me
to
speaking.
our money, we just seem to understand. Notice how Wadia said me, 15,680 to me. I said, what's your burger again? Oh, I don't know. Let me check that out. All right, and so that is beautiful. But now you figured it out, ladies and gentlemen. So much so that I'm going to jump right into a question. Let's see how well you do with the question, because the question could be in a different form, and I'm going to give it to you in two different ways. All right. So let's do it this way first. Let's do it this way first. Right. Everybody ready? There's your first of two commission questions. Make sure you read the question. course, you don't have the correct answer here, but you'll real close to it. Let's do this. This should be 3,000. Let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Same question, just giving you a little bit of a different answer. The first freaking time? No, I had it wrong. That's what I did. Okay, right. Okay, that's right. Read the question. Take your own advice. There we go. Okay. Very good. Now, ladies and gentlemen, notice that the question was, we're selling a property for 153.5 and the commission 6%. So that would be the first thing that we needed to do. Take the $153,000, multiply it by 6%.
You forgot the
Notice what
500.
I just did is
You forgot the
153,500.
500. Yeah.
See, you can make a mistake if you don't have your correct numbers. And
Mhm.
so 153,500.
500.
All right, times that by 6%.
Mhm.
And what do we come up with?
$9,210.
6%, $9,210.
Mhm.
That's 6% of 153,500. Now it says the selling broker received 60% of the commission and the listing broker received the balance. And they want to know how much did the listing broker receive. So if the selling broker receives 60%, what is the listing broker receiving?
$3,684.
Yes, but what did they, if the one broker's getting 60,
They got 40%.
the other one's getting 40%. So
Mhm.
now you would take that $9,210 and multiply it by 40%, because the question says that the one agent's getting 60. What's the other agent getting? And
Yeah, I didn't do it that way.
Okay, so but did you come up with the right answer, and how did you do it?
All right, so yeah, I came up with the right answer. So what I did was I took the 9,210 and I minused it from what I was getting, the 5,500, and then I got the 3,684.
See how what is doing? Her
What?
money
What?
first.
What?
Here's what she did. She did her money first, 60%.
Oh,
So
okay.
she got the $9,210 and multiplied it by the 60%.
For my
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then
amount.
subtracted that from the 9,000. She subtracted the 5,526 from the
So I put my money in my
9,000.
pocket first, and then what was left, I
And then that's how she came up with the 3,684. See how we did that? See, I told you, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to our money, we don't have a problem with math. And notice how Wadia did it a different way to come up with the right answer. She put her money in her pocket first to find out what the other 40% was, because she assumed that she's the 60%. She's not the 40%.
I did the 153.5, 1,000, or I'm sorry, 153,500 times the 6%. I got the 9,210. And then the 60%, I took the $9,210 and multiplied it by 60%, and I got the 5,526. And then I also, just in case, I took the 60/40, obviously, and then I took the 40% and I multiplied it with the 9210, and then I got the 336.84. I did it
And
like
that's
that.
what the question was. The selling broker
Yeah.
received 60% of the commission and the listing broker received the balance. What
Yeah.
was the listing broker's commission, the balance? So that would have been the 40%. The
Yeah.
answer would have been B. Let me just do one more, ladies and gentlemen, because we're done for the day, but I just want to make sure that you understand these questions so that you get them when your exam. This is the last one. Just one more, just to make sure that we're understanding this.
Sorry, I'm not doing this one. My dogs had to go out.
Okay,
Come on. I'm sorry.
that's okay.
I'll do
This
it
is our
after.
last one, and then
Go,
we'll
go,
see you guys
Okay.
tonight,
Yeah, I'll do it. Okay.
if you like.
Come on, guys. Come on, girl. Come on, buddy. Go. Come on, girl. Go, Carly. Go. Come on, sweetie. Come on, sweetie.
Okay.
Let her go, boy.
When we have 329,985. 329.
This just got real complicated.
Is 8%.
I was just gonna say that.
All right. So let's do the first part.
Alright.
8%.
26, 398, 80. Got that.
Okay. So we got our commission, 26,398. Another salesperson employed by another broker found a buyer. The listing broker received 60% of the commission. The buyer broker received 40%. So let's do that first. Let's do the 60.
Okay.
Here's our number. Let's do our 60/40. The 60%.
So that's 15,839.28.
That's correct.
And then the 40% is $10,559.52.
But I have two. 10,000.
And after that,
952. Very good. Now what the question says. So the listing broker received 60% of the commission on the sale. The buyer broker received 40%. If the listing broker kept 30% and paid the listing salesperson the remainder, how much did the listing salesperson earn on the sale? So
we go back to the 26?
no,
No?
we go to the 60.
Okay.
The 15,800.
60%. And so
Okay.
this, it says that the broker is getting 30%. So how much is the broker getting? Because what this is a 70-30 split.
Okay. So if the broker is getting 30%, that's 4,751.
Okay, so the broker is getting paid the listing salesperson the remainder. And the question is, okay, so now, the broker's getting how much?
4,751. 78.
And how much is the salesperson getting then?
And so, wait. Okay. I didn't get that far. Minus 4,751.
That would be $11,087.49.
Right?
50 cent. I got 50 cent.
50 cents, that's fine. All right. See how we did that? So this was the sales, the commission, 8%, 26,000.
Right.
Got 60%, the buyer agent got 40. But now they wanted to know the broker breakdown. If the broker kept 30% of that 60%, how would that work out? So now we take this number and we do this 70-30. Because if the broker's getting 30, what is the agent getting?
Alright.
If the broker's getting 30, what is the agent getting?
70%.
70%. It all comes to 100%. Always comes to
Yeah.
100%. You got
Mhm.
10 dimes. If the broker's getting 3 of those dimes, how many dimes do you have left?
7 of them.
7 dimes.
Mhm.
So that means the agent would be getting 70%. The broker's
Oh,
getting
that's
30%.
so the 70% would
Answer
be that
would
B.
be
B.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because not only do we have to understand the commission between the buyer agent and seller agent, we also got to understand the breakdown between the broker. And since this agent's on the 70-30 split, based on the question, the broker's getting 30%, then how much is the agent getting? If the broker's getting 30%, the agent would be getting the 70%.
I think now it makes sense. You have to look at the 60%. I was always, I think, looking back at the 26,000 again. I think
And
that's
that's what I thought.
yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
think I kept doing.
Yep.
But now I get it though. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So very, very good.
But of course, it's the wording too. I think that's what catches you.
Yeah.
This is why I have this down. Now I'm going to send you an email with the breakdown. So I'm going to give you the questions and the breakdowns so that
Okay.
you can study it yourself and be ready
Okay.
for the exam. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
And ladies and gentlemen, I hope to see you in tomorrow's class. Tomorrow's going to be a very interesting class. Today was the math. Tonight I'm doing this class again, the math class. Please come back to it again if you want. Make sure that you
I'm gonna be
understand
there.
math.
Yes.
And if I don't see you tonight, I hope to see you tomorrow. And tomorrow will be the last class, but tomorrow will be the most interesting of the two. But the math is necessary for the exam.
I will be present.
All right. And it's six to 10, just like the normal class, 6 to 10. This one was 9 to 1, and that was 6 to 10. So went a little bit over, but again, I just want to make sure it's for your benefit. So, ladies and gentlemen, until we meet again tomorrow, tonight, or in the future, be safe, be healthy, be happy. And I'll stick around for any questions. Enjoy until we meet again.
Thank you very, very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank
Warren, I
you.
had a quick question though.
Sure. Go ahead.
With when I was reading the email, I think it kind of didn't stick to me. I think we have to submit all of our information to Pearson first.
You
Do
do.
you think we should do that now? Like, say, for instance, if I want to test within maybe 2 weeks or so, should I do it
Yes.
now? Okay.
You can. And then, because they'll ask you when you would like this schedule, and
Okay.
so you can put a time. And remember what I said: do your state and your national together.
Together. Yeah. Okay.
Now, let me know if Pearson changed anything because
Okay.
it's not my control. But they used to just charge you $49 if you did them both together. Let me
Okay.
know if they changed that, and now they want $49 for the state and $49 for the national, even though you do them both together.
Okay.
All right. That's why I
Okay.
put $98 in that email, just in case that
Okay.
Pearson changed. And I also put there that they change these things as we go along. So
Okay.
hopefully it'll only be $49 if you schedule them both together. But let me
Okay.
know if Pearson
Okay.
changed.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate
You're
it.
very
I'll see you
welcome.
tonight.
Okay.
Okay. Bye. Bye.
Bye now. Josh, any questions or comments? All right. I'll either see you tonight, tomorrow. Enjoy your day.